To let me know when we're live. I call to order this regular meeting of Council for Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. Welcome, everyone. And as we commence this next session of Council, I'd like to recognize the town of Canmore is located within Treaty 7 region of Southern Alberta. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Canmore area, known as Shooting at Willows in Stoney Nakoda, and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw First Nation, Chiniki First Nation, and Goodstoney First Nation, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation and Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3 within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We acknowledge all nations who live, work, play, and help us steward this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. And of course, this acknowledgement accomplishes very little on its own, and without action, these are mere words. Accordingly, the town of Canmore continues in its commitment to live in right relations with Indigenous neighbours and all people, and to advance truth and reconciliation. Turning to the agenda, Dr. Cottle, I believe that you had an item that you wanted to add.
We do have one addition under in camera, so it'll be K2, Three Sisters Mountain Village Limited. It's just a litigation matter.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so looking to the agenda with K2 added, I'll move that we approve the agenda as it was just amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I should note that Councillors Graham and Mara are with us by Zoom today, and so the whole gang's back together. First item on our agenda today is the public hearing. I'm just going to pull up my notes for that. Okay. I call to order the public hearing for bylaws 2021-22 and 2021-23. The purpose of these bylaws are to amend the Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan and the land use bylaw with respect to the final phase of the Spring Creek Mountain Village development in Canmore. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will provide a brief summary of the matter under consideration to set a context for the hearing. Next, the applicant will provide some comments to further contextualize the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of both the applicant and administration after their respective presentations. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for Council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then, Council will again have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and/or administration before the public hearing is closed. I will give some more guidance prior to the public presentations, so everybody knows exactly how that will proceed, but we will now start with the administrative presentation, setting the context. Mr. Gravel, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Krausert, members of council. There are a number of amendments proposed, and I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to highlight all of them. Today is more about hearing the public speak, more than myself, but I'll say that there are three elements of the proposed bylaws. One is establishing land use to allow for development within Stage 4, Spring Creek Mountain Village, general updates to the Spring Creek DC districts, and changes related to development of the future hotels and adjacent residential sites. Thought it would be helpful for today's discussion to again display the location of the key land use districts that are being amended in Spring Creek. The SCMBC district that governs the northern part of Spring Creek is a visitor accommodation district for hotel development. This is the area represented as green on the slide. The Malcolm Hotel is located here as well as the 2 lots for the future hotels. The SCMBCR district, which governs the central and southern parts, is a residential district with support commercial, represented by blue on the screen. And the MHP district is a residential district and represents the existing mobile home park, as shown in orange on the slide. As indicated at first reading, administration supports the proposed changes as they align with the Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan. In administration's opinion, the applicant has responded to the concerns raised by the public, and concerns for detailed design, such as common spaces with the hotels, can be dealt with at the DP stage. I will shamelessly slip in an early recommendation for possible second and third readings now. That council gives second and third reading to bylaws 2021-22 and 2021-23 and approve the grammatical changes to the bylaw as outlined in the staff report.
Great. Mr. Gravel, so those grammatical changes, so you suggest it would be best that I bring an amendment to bring those in, or are those editorial in nature?
Yes, we suggest you bring an amendment.
Okay, very good. I will do that.
Those. And that's my introduction.
I know, and those are the ones that were brought up by Councillor Hillstad previously. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Great. Looking to council to see if there's any questions. Mr. Gravel? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Great.
And just as we're calling the applicant forward, if you'd like to find a place to sit, please feel free to move around. Otherwise, you're fine there. Mr. Kernick, welcome to council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to see which one is, I don't know which one's one. Oh, it's not touchscreen.
It's like that scene in Star Trek.
And then just okay, perfect. Thanks. I'm technically challenged with this stuff. I'm in need of my grandson to help me out. Again, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the amendments to the Spring Creek Bylaws and Area Redevelopment Plan. It's taken a couple of years to get here. We did have multiple open houses over the last 2 years and tried to listen to any concerns within my community and with outside the community of Spring Creek, and we did address quite a few of them that hopefully we can give you a brief overview of that here today. So just a real quick background for everyone. This was original the Kernick Dairy Farm. My grandfather moved here in 1927. It was purchased by myself from my father and uncle in 2002. It was originally, when I bought it off them, 220 mobile home sites, around 300 campsites. And the master plan was approved and we started construction in 2006. Upon completion, originally had in the bylaw 800 to 1,200 residential units and up to 200 hotel rooms. In the original plan that was drafted to the town, there was 550 hotel rooms, just so you're aware. And that was changed to some amendments back then. Again, just a little picture of the history where that site where the Malcolm Hotel is where the barn was. And back in the day, they had cows and horses, and it was a working dairy farm. Pictures of my father and my uncle. My grandfather. So development so far, 2004, the ARP was approved, stages 1 and 2 in 2009. 2000, everything went slow for a number of years there, as we all know. 2019, we brought in stage 3, and 2000 this year, bringing in stage 4. It was always planned to be a phased development to make sure we had time to see how things progressed and gave the opportunity for changes that were proposed in here today and to monitor things like traffic and other things like that. So I think it's been a very structured, proper plan, the way I think some other guys might learn from. Anyways, so proposed amendments today is the land use map amendments, bring in stage 4 and a few other minor changes. The creek setback, which we'll talk about here, environmental reserves, And the unit count, the big thing we're doing is reducing it down from 1,200 units max down to 1,000 and hotel units from 200 to 250 amendment. We just physically can't build over 1,000 units. We've now, as you get deeper into the site, you understanding what you can build. And obviously, we also realized the hotels that the first one was 124 units and that there is room for additional commercial growth. Inclusion of stage 4, obviously, we're bringing into the district and increasing the commercial allowment that we can do in future phases, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Clarifying height definitions, it's just really a clarification. We're not asking for more height, it's just really making things consistent and clarifying for us and the planning department, and then it's just transportation and update. So pros amendments are for the hotel sites. It's really just, I bought the 2 lots that are to the, I guess at west and northwest, is really, and we had an awkward lot, our own lot, R1 lot. And it's just really creating these lots that are perpendicular to the road and still, instead of backing onto the back lane. And from those 3 lots, really creating 2 residential lots and giving the additional environmental reserve to the town to making that continuous. That environmental reserve now will go right up to the back lane that's owned by the town of Canmore. So we'll be turning over to the town some additional environmental reserve. The amendments to the Spring Creek C District is really, again, we decided that there's concerns, as we know, everyone's probably aware of, with our adjacent neighbors, with the Malcolm, with noise, which we want to continue working with the community. But we also wanted to, there's some amendments to allow for hotel decks and balconies to go into the adjacent rear yard setback, and also we wanted to make sure that no drinking establishments or convention facilities, entertainment establishments would be allowed on that hotel site adjacent to those 2 residential lots, to give assurance to the community that a direction that there would be reducing anything that potentially could produce additional noise. Our intent there is an adult-only hotel with a spa. And we do have in the bylaw, if you read in hours of bylaw, there's restricted hours, I think it's from 8 in the morning till 9 at night, I think was brought up at the last phase at the reading, to reduce, and it's really a spa. It's not meant to be anything to produce any noise or impact on the adjacent community. Again, the land use bylaw amendments to go from 200 to 250 rooms for the hotel sites. In both the plan and that, when we designed the original ARP, you do really one of these measurements, and you sort of, no detailed planning was done at that time. We're unsure what we're actually going to do, even for the original first hotel, the Malcolm. Now that we've done more detailed design on the next 2 hotel sites, we realize we can get additional units. Originally, the first plan that I presented to the town in draft form, it was one straight road that went along the creek on the east side, and the town asked me to put a chicane in to slow traffic down, again, to a traffic calming, to make sure there was no shortcutting, and that broke that site into 2 smaller sites. I think it's going to work out very unique and very nice. Again, one I plan to be an adult-only hotel, and the other one I plan to be a family-oriented hotel with a +15 bridge going across, that 2-bedroom kind of hotel units for people in the community or families to be able to come also to Spring Creek. So with a more detailed design, we realized that we need more than 75 additional units for those 2 sites. The other amendment is asking for the creek setback from the 5-meter creek setback that was in the ARP. So this isn't new. It's already in the ARP. And the ARP, the word was chosen back at the time was may have a 5-meter relaxation. We're asking the word to be shall have a 5-meter relaxation. Again, the road originally went along to one creek, the road was only about 6-7 meters away from the creek. We put that chicane in, and we're asking for these 2 sites to have shall, because I don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to do design for DP and go to Planning Commission with a may. So we're asking that to be changed to a shall, and that allows us to continue to do the design on these 2 hotel sites, and there is no additional impact on the creek. The environmental reserve is 8 to 10 meters, is where you do your stormwater management, your treatment, all that thing. All we do is have a smaller backyard. The Malcolm Hotel is the same thing. It's just a smaller backyard. In all our backyards and all our buildings, we do our own internal stormwater treatment on the site. There's no water from our backyards go towards the creek. Just so everyone's aware, we do have some additional information here. We were asked by the town planning department to have our EIA reviewed by an ebologist. So we hired a local person here, Andrea Ram, reviewed our EIA. She reviewed our proposals. She met with our engineers to see how we did stormwater treatment. This is her conclusion. It is in your package, a copy of her letter. And really, the net benefit, if you look at our EIA, has always been a positive impact with everything Spring Creek has done on the creeks. We have removed, a build-out will remove 2.5 kilometers of mobile home sites, campground sites, roads on 50 acres of land that had zero stormwater treatment. Not a drop of stormwater treatment, all went to the creek. Back when my grandfather and uncle had it, there was cows walking through the creek. So everything we've done on site has probably been the biggest positive impact on both those creeks. We even did the overwintering holes in the creek. You might see the big holes with trees in the creek. That was for overwintering, so the fish wouldn't die when the creeks went dry. All their development on the ER, we try and replant with native vegetation. So everything we've done in Spring Creek has done a positive impact and change on the environment, and that's, if you read our E, that is the biggest thing that we've done. Plus, given over 20 acres of our 70 acres of land as environmental reserve. And I used to own the land all the way up to the back of the Rose and Crown. That was turned over to the town, and the boardwalk was originally on our property. So that's our Andrea's conclusion is in your package. We do have a copy, you need that. And we were asked to also look at stepping back from water by planning. Let's see, is this the right one? Oh, sorry. This is also in our EIA that prior to be given to protected areas identified as having higher environmental sensitivity through the designation of environmental reserves. People brought that up. The environmental reserves for those two hotel sites were turned over through the planning process in 2018. So they've already been dedicated, all the environmental reserves behind the both hotel sites. That was dealt with at that time. The two single-family lots, we will be turning over additional environmental reserve. And we have asked for a 15-meter relaxation on those lots too. They originally are all old homes and old lots. And they do, at the 15 meters, don't exceed the 325 square meters. So and that's one other amendment we've asked for those two single-family lots by combining them and making two lots with environmental reserve parcel. Again, there was somewhere we talked about. Was it above? Oh, sorry. This slide? Anyways, we'll keep going. The stepping back from water, though, just real quick on that, we did have an email from Andrea. We were asked to consider that, stepping back from water. If you read it on the front page, it's very clear. It's for new developments. It's for undisturbed lands that you make sure that you try and have minimum 20-meter setbacks. Generally, they don't have any stormwater treatment. It's generally single-family lots. It's more applicable for, but if you read the front page of it, stepping back from water has always been for new, and again, the positive impact we've done on 2.5 kilometers of rehabilitating those creeks has done more than I think anyone probably has done in Western Canada. Some amendments now to stage 4. Maximum number of residential units, again, as we're reducing from 1,200 to 1,000, and that includes our perpetual affordable housing. Obviously, I don't need density bonusing because we can't reach the 1,200 anyways. Originally, we could get bonus units if we did PH. We are still doing our 5% of perpetual affordable housing, and it is tied to CCHC's policies. Someone in one of their notes said it should be lower than market housing. It is lower. It's about half the price of market housing at this time. There's no change to the tourist homes. There's some misinformation. We did at one time consider raising tourist homes from 300 to 325. That was an amendment. We listened to the community. We removed. So that is not changing. It still stays at 300. And that's 300 out of our 1,000 units. It's not 300 additional units. It's actual 300. I must designate certain buildings or floors as tourist home designated. So it's not 300 additional units. And now we're actually really just adding in the last phase of lands from mobile home MHP into the Spring Creek Residential District. It's our last phase of rezoning to bring those lands in for future development. So we can start planning our water, sewer, our storm, or all our planning that we can plan for future buildings. We're still probably a few years away from doing any development in stage 4, but now we can at least start planning and working with engineering. Again, this is one other amendment that we are proposing. We want you to consider maybe adding today. We missed something in ARP. There's one section in our ARP that has 1,000 units. We amended the table, but we forgot to amend this policy. Something we just were aware of the last few days, that we're asking council to consider adding this as an additional amendment to make it consistent, because right now it says in the ARP 1,200 units, and we want to make sure it's consistent with our land use bylaw and the table that's in the ARP. So we're asking council to consider this as an amendment for second reading, for clarity and consistency. The land use bylaw, number of stories, again, we're not asking for more height. It's just really trying to clarify the number of stories. In our commercial district, Zone C is already at 3 stories. We're not asking for amendments there. It's just being consistent with what we've done in the past. And Nathan's been very good, but we've had different planners in the past. There'll be a different planner tomorrow, and there's always been this inconsistency. And we have built many buildings in Zone C that are 3 stories. We have built many buildings in Zone B that 3 to 4 stories. Some are 3.5, some are 3. But we still have to meet that height. And the brackets are really meant to go, that's our intent, but it's flexibility. The heights are not changing. There's nothing changing in the heights. We're not asking for any additional height. The additional commercial, the reason we're asking for this is we have maxed out on our commercial, but the town in the last amendments, they wanted me to add something that I would still consider on Spring Creek Gate going south, consider still doing street level commercial. Well, I can't have a policy that says do more commercial where another policy says you're used up all your commercial. So it's just trying to allow that flexibility. I don't see us building out another 1,000 square meters of commercial, but it does allow for that flexibility where possible that we do commercial. We can't really build more than 10% of the first floor without changing the type of construction of the building. That's why when our fire rating is there. So really each building is max about 150 square meters that we can do anyways. But it's just making something that's consistent so that we do have the capacity. In my building, Timberstone, right now it shows a live-work studio, which we're allowed to do. I do want to amend that DP to a commercial bay. I do have a doctor's office that wants to move in there and do some family practice and some neurologists that want to work out of there, but I don't have the commercial square footage to be able to do that. So it's still allowing for opportunities like that where possible to bring into the community some like a small doctor's office. The parking amendments are just really to bring them consistent with the Town of Canmore bylaw. These are minimums. The town does have a maximum that basically is what in my bylaw right now is now become from a min to a max. And it's just to make sure we're consistent so we're not applying for variances. If we're short 2, 3, or 4 spaces, we meet the town's bylaw, so reduce the amount of variances. I still plan to build as much parking as I can for my residential units because obviously my customers generally have more than one car, and so there'll be some flexibility in there that we have a range of parking now for minimum and max without applying for a variance as we had to do in the past. I still have some parking spaces in my 3rd building I have not sold. And, so not being forced to build too much parking also is important. And I know that's the town's direction they want to go is reducing parking, not over providing parking and getting people out of the cars. So just to be consistent with the Town of Canmore current land use bylaw. Big always discussion point with Spring Creek is transportation monitoring. We've been monitoring the transportation for almost every year. When we first did our study in 2003 or 4 within transportation, this is back in the old days when we used to put people in lawn chairs on the corner of the streets counting cars, turning movements, and how many people went what direction. And then we'd do one day in the middle of the week and one day in weekend in August. It was done back in the past, and then the engineers would take what they know is transportation patterns throughout the year, and they would come up with their average that they would have for a number of vehicles on a road or turning movement that we see as an average throughout the year. We've continued to do that. We all know in the last 4 or 5 years, between Spring Creek's construction and road closures and Benchlands Trail and Beauvalley Trail through the new intersection, that seems to start working a lot better now. There's been a lot of traffic being brought through Spring Creek. That is, I hope and believe, settling down. I think it's been a great improvement, but that will still take some time to sort out. But we've had very little consistent data. And we have updated our traffic report. It was done and still shows we're on target to not exceeding the 3,000 vehicle trips per day. You will still get some days at 4,000 and still get some days at 2,000 on, I'm sure, long weekends. We still will have some peaks as we do on Main Street. But it has been recommended by Town of Canmore Engineering that we continue to monitor, and then prior to our 2nd and 5th development permit for Stage 4, that we pick the 8th busiest months and instead of the standard 12, and review our traffic monitoring. So that's an amendment that was added to, again, to address some of the concerns of the residents. We'll continue to monitoring. It's not 100% done deal. And if something needs to be amended, reduce densities, build single-family homes at the end, I'll be done retired earlier, which would be great. We're open to, so I'm always open to change. Anyways, those are the main of the proposed amendments. We didn't get into all the detail, but answer any questions council may have at this time or after the public has spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Kernick. Just a couple of questions of clarification I have. With respect to the two, or the R1 lots, currently 3 to become 2, if approved, that lane that goes alongside them, that will stay in place? That lane will remain there?
Yes, that intent is to stay as a lane for access for the 4 homes that back onto it, and also for the one lot that is there. The town has asked me to have access for that one lot through the lane, yep. And the access for the other one off Spring Creek Drive. So that was a town request that access be from the lane instead of from the road, but that lane is still to be maintained as the Town of Canmore lane.
Great. And can you bring up the that amendment 4.74?
Sure.
Okay. So of course it's very unusual to be bringing things after we've already gone through first reading, but this is just to clean up so it matches the rest of it, because I went and pulled up the actual wording, and there is no changes in the first reading that was approved. So everything in red there is what is being proposed. So
it's the same as what is in the bylaw,
right,
for that district.
So it brings it down to the 1,000,
yeah. And
it includes the PAH units.
Yeah, just something we noticed the last few days. If council wishes, they could do that to make it consistent also with the table that's being proposed in the ARP. The table shows 1,200 to 1,000. Yeah. It's just to make sure there's consistency, no discrepancy in the bylaw. It's just something we want to make council aware of if they want to correct that at this time, at their leisure.
Okay. Thank you. Looking to council to see if there's any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Mr. Kernick. I just wanted, if you could go over what you just chatted with the mayor about. So you're going from 1,000 residential doors to, 1,200 residential doors down to 1,000 residential doors is your request. And so that would proportionately reduce the intended PAH doors. Usually, if you had 1,200, you would have had 60 over the course of the development, and now you'd be looking at 50?
50, yeah.
Yay, math. Okay. All right, thank you very much. That was my first question. And then, will there be a proportional reduction in tourist homes, since the tourist home is based on the residential?
Always our bylaw allowed for a minimum of 800 units. So it says right in the bylaw, I think it's the section before this, minimum 800 units, maximum 1,200 units.
Thanks.
So we're just changing the maximum. So the minimum still 800, maximum is just changing down to 1,000. And we partially did that to give assurances that our traffic volume is already being reduced from 1,200 to 1,000. There's always already that reduction.
But there wasn't a range for the tourist
There
home.
was not a range for
There was
tourist
hard
home.
cap.
Agreed, yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Mr. Kernick. Couple questions about the R1 lots that were purchased beside the hotel there. What will be the future of those R1 lots? Will they be staying in that status, or is there going to be scope creep as the hotels come in? If there's like, if it appears, I've been hearing from some citizens concerned that there might be applications to change what will happen to those lots, issues such as that.
Yes, thank you for the question. That was one thing brought up at our open houses. 1,000% we're committed to keep those R1, and there is an amendment in the ARP that was added that says basically says they have to stay as R1. So the ARP would have to be amended to change those. Someone just can't bring an application forward to amend them from R1. It would be a requirement that the ARP be amended as well. I can't remember the clause that was added, but it is in your red line version of the ARP that these, and that was asked by one of the residents adjacent to that, and so we took his wording pretty close and just put that amendment into the ARP that our commitment is to keep them as R1.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get that out there so the public knew. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Kernick, for your presentation.
Just one moment,
I
Councillor Graham.
too appreciate Councillor McCallum's questions about PAH and the
Councillor Graham.
actual numbers.
Councillor Graham.
Yeah.
Just hold on a second. We're getting some feedback there.
Okay.
Looking to maybe the clerk's office for any suggestions?
I just wonder if Councillor Graham, do you have by chance 2 speakers on? Your phone and maybe your laptop or something like that? That's.
I don't, but I do have a set of headphones here. Give me a second.
Oh, he sounds okay now.
Yeah, you actually sound all right now.
Okay.
We good?
I think maybe it's worked its way out. Go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
No, thank you very much. Technical issues, but I appreciate being able to do this remotely. I too appreciate Councillor McCallum's questions about the actual unit count for PAH and them going from 60 to 50 potentially, and I'd like to see what we could possibly do in that realm. But there was some phrases around the financial viability of going from 1,200 down to 1,000, and I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit for me as to why going to fewer units would be more financially viable.
It's not necessarily financially viable, it's just we don't have the area of land and the parking area to get more density. So, you know, I mean, we try and do a range of units, but it's right now to squish in another 200 units on the site would be very difficult to do.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Dr. Cottle, I see your button was pushed. Are you wanting to add anything?
Yeah, just on the proposed amendment to 4.7.4, it's a technicality. I'm not sure how much it matters, but I'm thinking the perpetually affordable housing, should council wish to make that amendment, should actually say vital homes to be consistent with our policy language.
Is it defined elsewhere in the ARP?
Probably.
So it should probably remain the language of the ARP.
Consistent with the ARP. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Kernick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Oh. No, Councillor Faubert, did you have a question?
I turned it on late, now he's sitting down now.
Oh, that's all right.
Now my question's
That's
gonna
all
be
right.
dumb. It's okay, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Get back up there, Mr. Kernick. I'm in charge now. The addition of 50 units for hotel, how does that mean they're gonna build 250 units of hotel, or does that give you space to plan the hotels better?
No, it gives us the density we need for that site. Like the reality on that site is there is room for, and these are still large units. We're not like trying to pack in up all small units. Or, you know, the 2-bedroom units and stuff we're trying to do on the family side as well. So it just gives us, from the planning we've done, that it allows, because we did 124 in the first building, it's really 75 on those 2 sites is just a density. There's opportunity for more. And like I said in the past, the original proposal was 550 hotel rooms, and we had, where the Village Square was, we had another hotel at that time, but at that time it was asked by us to take that site out, and our guess at that time was just 200 on that site from the planning we did. And again, it was one of those, we didn't do any detailed design back in that time.
Why is a detailed design and planning around the number of hotel rooms in a hotel development important?
Right now, we did a detailed design to see what the potential is there, and without that amendment, you know what I mean, some of the sites with the creek setback and some of those sites would not be usable.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you. All right, this brings us to the public verbal submissions. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations. There's a clock on the side there, so if you're speaking, you can know where you're standing. And that doesn't include time for questions for council, so that's 5 minutes of presentation time that you have. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing, and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene, if necessary, to uphold these principles. Now, I will open the floor to speakers, first based on those registered, and then if anyone is present in chambers who wishes to speak, be rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, in opposition, or in a neutral position. Our first speaker is, I have here Sean Oosthuizen and Donna Sinclair. One of those people available? Mr. Oosthuizen? I apologize if I've mispronounced your name.
I know, it's a difficult one.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sean Oosthuizen, and I'm here also on behalf of my common law partner, Donna Sinclair, to show support for Spring Creek's proposed amendments to the Town of Canmore's Area Redevelopment Plan and the proposed amendments to the 2 applicable land bylaws. We are owners in Spring Creek and have been thrilled to be part of such a beautiful, responsible, and respectful development. From my perspective, implementing adjustments to developments that take into consideration changes in the community and area and are refined with what's possible over time is required of any great and responsible development. These changes make sense for the area, help to balance the need for different uses that will enhance the community, and considers the sensitive environment areas that need protection. In closing, I'd like to formally record our support for these proposed amendments to enhance our community in Spring Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oosthuizen. Just looking to council to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Call on Ms. Baker.
Is this you? Yeah, so it'd be the, that's VP.
Ms. Baker, welcome to council.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I really, really appreciate it. I'm just going to be very brief because I only have the 5 minutes, and I'm going to speak specifically to the actual sections within the bylaw.
If you could just a little bit, maybe put that microphone a little closer to you. There you go.
Can I move?
Yep.
Sorry, I can't move that over there.
Oh. Yeah, there you go.
Can I move this down? Sorry. Technically challenged.
The thing to do would be, yeah, sorry, this is probably just a little tangled up here. There you go. It's a directional mic, so it only hears you when you're talking to it.
Oh, okay. Is that better? Can everybody
Yes.
hear me?
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. And I can turn this too, right?
Yep.
I apologize. Sorry. All right. So yeah, I'll just speak to the actual sections that I'm going to provide opposition to, and it's really just some technicalities around words within each of those sections. So in the first section, section 1419.5.4, it's removal of the wording top of bank. I'm just suggesting that we change it to legal bank as it is identified in stepping back from the water. Just a simple change and a word change, but it can make a difference in terms of where the bank actually is. Section 11, talking about the replacing 200 with 250. I'm concerned about the footprint. If you look at the Malcolm here currently, similar numbers that are going to be applied here for the 2 additional hotels. With the road going through it, it does cause some constraints, and so does the actual 2 creeks. And so I suspect that the building will either have to go up or the footprint will have to be increased at a later amendment. In this section, in terms of building heights, we're speaking about section C here. He's requesting the 3 stories, which is, but it also talks about height changes. So in section C, which is this section, the Malcolm also includes the area that goes into section C, which is not consistent with this area. But when we get into this section, we're including a 12-meter adjacent to the R1 property. But then with the addition of, sorry, my vision's not very good, so I can't. With the finished grade, which is the wording here in the bylaw proposal, we've got finished grade. So the question is, where is that finished grade? Is the finished grade at the road level, or is the finished grade here where the Malcolm finished grade is? Based on what I saw, the finished grade will be here as opposed to here, which adds an additional several meters to the height of that building. And then another section within this proposal is that 5% will be 2.4 meters in height, and an additional 10% of the building will be 1.2 meters in height. So that can bring us, with the parking and the finished grade not being defined, then that can bring us up to a much higher building than the 12 meters adjacent to the R1. So I'm just suggesting that we maybe set that at the R1 and also define what the grade is. Is it finished, or is it existing? In this section, this is just a visual example of how that changes. So there's this building here, which is R1. This is where the R1 lots start. This is the finished grade here, as opposed to the existing grade, which is located here. In this image, this is 16 meters. I think this is 12, and this is 9.5. That was part of the intent of the ARP to move that down as part of massing for the building. So as the development moves to the creeks and moves forward into the front end adjacent to the R1, it terraces down. This is an example that was presented here where you can see that it's probably 3.5 stories, which also includes the parking. So if you look at the parking, the finished grade's at the top of the hill, not at the bottom of the hill. In terms of traffic volume, this was presented back in 2019 in terms of study. That's why we're here. And I'm just going to speak to the specifics of that. The amendment is requesting 3,000 vehicles per day to be averaged over the month and not over a daily approach, which was in the original ARP. Currently, we've exceeded the 3,000 vehicles per day. Observationally, at 4,000 vehicles per day, we're backed up to the Opera House. So the question is, what is the threshold are we looking at, and how many days are we willing to accept that threshold for emergency access and access to R1 properties? In the McElhaney traffic study, the majority of the data is 3 years old. The occupancy during that time was closer to 50%, so we're not looking at the future. The data is not representative of today's or future traffic volumes. It was done during the low season. It wasn't during the high season. It's based on, these numbers were based on how the impacts are to the additional intersections within the downtown core. It's not so much about what's happening within the development, but how that impacts the adjacent intersections in the community. And then in terms of orderly manner, I'm not sure why this section is being dealt with at the end in terms of the staging. It should have been then called Stage 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Looking to council to see if there's any questions. Councillor Graham? Oh, I thought I saw your hand there. Councillor Mara? Okay.
Hold on.
We've got mysterious hands going up.
Yeah.
Sorry. Councillor Graham?
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Baker. I wonder if you could go back to the slide regarding the creeks and where the creeks start.
This slide?
Yeah, I understand why you went fairly quickly through all of this, but
Yeah, there's 5 minutes.
no.
That's a lot of time.
Slide number 2. There we go. Can you help me understand the legal bank versus top of bank?
Well, I think originally in the old bylaw that's in the process of being amended, it was top of bank. And there was a lot of discussion around, well, what is the top of bank? And in the document, stepping back from the water, the top of bank is not there. It's called the legal bank. And I've done a cut and paste. This is what it states. Top of bank as defined by the Surveyors Act. The top of bank is the legal line that separates private land from the bed and the shore of the water body. So even though you have the creek here, you do have a bit of riparian that's not really considered part of the bank. It's the buffer portion. So if the town is adopting that document, then I'm just saying the words should be consistent within the ARP. So we're talking about, I'm not talking about changing the setback of 15 meters, but I am talking about identifying where the legal bank is. And that typically goes with the survey. And I think Frank's done that. I mean, he's got his survey for those 2 R1 properties. It's already there. I'm just suggesting that it needs to be clear. And that'll also be indicative of any other future development that you have coming forward where you're talking about setbacks to the creek. It really should be whatever that legal piece is.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Looking to council, see if there's any questions. Just double checking with Councillor Mara. Okay, your hand is up there. Okay. Thank you very much. No other questions. Thank you for joining us this morning. Next, I'll call upon Greg Spence.
I have one question.
Oh, yes, Ms. Baker.
The documentation on here, I haven't submitted it. Do I give it to you now?
Hang out, I can just download it quickly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Spence, welcome to council.
Thank you very much. No PowerPoints, just a verbal statement or two. Okay, let me begin by thanking council and the mayor for their ongoing service. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. As an introduction, I'm quite familiar with the evolution of Spring Creek. I've been an owner since 2007, and initially on a part-time basis, now on a full-time basis. In addition to that, my in-laws have moved into Origins. We've also been members of the boards there, so highlight most recently, one of my board memberships is on the Property Owners Association, of which I'm the president for the current year. So on that basis, it's my intention to represent my personal as well as the related comments and points of views of the entire Property Owners Association, which is I guess it's about 580 plus individuals at this point in time. Specifically, I am personally in favor of the amendments and would suggest that the majority of POA membership is at least neutral or in support of the amendments proposed. Why is that? Well, let me begin by first setting the context of Spring Creek, which is basically grown into an extension of the downtown core, and similar to other core areas, relatively high in population density. And one of the attractive things the developer has done to date is he's focused on providing a green solution to that. Now that solution is not only in terms of green buildings, but also in terms of green spaces. There's numerous environmental reserves, municipal reserves that are maintained, and as you know, it's an easy community to walk through and quite beautiful, in fact. So I guess the second key point there would be that we believe that we're talking about changes only. There is an approved plan, and these are amendments to the plan that are intended to reflect the current demands and as well add clarification to the specific details of the development. Now, because there are changes, you might wonder, okay, what's the uncertainty associated with the proposals? And I would suggest that prior history has identified that the developer is quite committed to maintaining a top-notch community, and I have no reason to expect that this would change. Now that said, when the ARP amendments were first presented, I know there was a lot of interest in the community about, well, what are the changes specifically and what's the impact to the town, to the community, and to the owners. The developer at that point responded promptly by hosting an open house regarding the ARP. It was a combination of Zoom-based discussions and in person, and I think all the questions and potential concerns were addressed satisfactorily. Now, why do I say that? It's because as president of the Property Owners Association, I would have received a firestorm of emails challenging and questioning the changes and what was the validity for them. The community as a whole, I believe, sees the changes to an approved plan as changes that, number one, reflect revisions in the demands, the additional hotel rooms, perpetual affordable housing, addition of commercial space, all is good things, and the clarification of development details only makes sense. I'm not aware of any outstanding issues between the developer and the town, and satisfied that these changes are generally focused on improving the overall objectives of the developer, the town, and the community. I acknowledge that there has been one area of concern related to the ARPs, and that's been discussed already this morning, parking. Parking, it's a downtown core area that will be a challenge in any community, and I believe that the developer, having spoken to him, is looking to address that. I believe the Property Owners Association is trying to deal with that as well by informing residents of the rules, responsibilities, the need to park in their designated stalls, etc. I've also talked to Bylaw Services, who are working together with the community to help ensure that the paid parking implications of downtown Canmore are being properly monitored and managed in the community, as well as transportation services, which are planning roam solutions to the area. So in summary, recommending support.
Great, thank you very much.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, let me see here. Any questions of council? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, sir, for your time. As the head of the Property Owners Association, what's your experience been with traffic during these last couple of years? I'm curious about the 3,000 vehicles.
As the town, as you know, traffic is ever increasing. Tourism is a dominant financial resource here, but also has dominant impact to traffic flow and the rest. I've always lived in downtown areas and enjoy walking, cycling, and using public transit because that's an important factor for any core area. I guess all I would say in general is that it has increased over time. People are recognizing it's an issue, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to mention that to yourselves.
Mm-hmm. Have there been any particular days where you've been like concerned, where like, wow, there's a lot of vehicles here, emergency access, et cetera?
The last, so there's been busy times, yes, of course.
Sure.
But the last time I was concerned would have been when we had the fire out at Dead Man's Flats, I guess it was, and the entire town was locked down. And of course, if there was an emergency situation or something like that, then there would be issues, real issues.
Okay, thank you.
Looking to other members of council. Councillor Mera, just because your hand's still up there, I'll look to you. If you could physically raise your hand when you would like to ask, and that way I'll just ignore that hand up there. Great, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now call on Michelle McDonald. Ms. McDonald, welcome to council.
Thank you.
And if you could just move the microphone down a little bit there, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, and others for allowing me to speak today. I am speaking in opposition to the two bylaw amendments as they specifically deal with the creek setback and the additional hotel rooms and related issues. I have 3 points I wish to bring up. I was a proud participant of the Tourism Task Force in 2021. I am proud of what we did and the strategies we formed. Our vision, Canmore, is a community of hosts and visitors committed to regenerative tourism through which we leave this beautiful place with a healthier environment, happier community, and a stronger economy. A stated value, respect for people, community, wildlife, and the land. And as I read on the agenda, following this public hearing, you will hear from a group called Resilient Canmore. One of their conclusions is a perceived need and appetite among many citizens and organizations in Canmore for a new and sustained effort to protect and care for our future as a whole of community basis. So, I ask, how in any way does adding 50 hotel rooms and taking away 5 meters of creek habitat show respect for community, people, wildlife, and the land? How will these extra rooms and destruction of habitat leave us with a more beautiful town, a healthier environment, a happier community, and a stronger community? How does increasing the number of hotel rooms and decreasing land for animals and plants protect and care for our community as a whole? Bigger is not always better. We need quality over quantity. And rather than asking for more, let's use what we already have. My second point deals with parking. I do not profess to understand the parking requirements and bylaws for new developments. What I do know is that on any given day, the gravel lot where the new spa hotel and residents are to go is very well used. This lot is signed as parking for the Mokum Hotel, even though the hotel does have underground parking facilities. On days when there are events at the Malcolm 2 to 5 times a week, that lot is full. Where will all these people park? Yes, the hotels are close to downtown and they're extremely pedestrian friendly, but people have to get there first, and we need to have a place to park. My third point deals with noise. First, I would like to make a comment on a note regarding interface with South Canmore residents on page 72 of the agenda. There was and is not less ambient noise in our neighborhood than other residential areas in town. When the trailer park was there, we were a normal residential neighborhood with normal residential and outlying noise. We now have a very large, very active, very noisy commercial operation 50 meters from our homes. A factor to also consider in regards to noise is that our homes are directly on the water table, and therefore sound transmission is increased compared to if we were situated on land and gravel. I greatly appreciate the changes brought forward in section 1419.6.7 on page 93 of the agenda that will prohibit convention facilities, drinking establishments, and entertainment establishments at the Spa Hotel. However, as open deck and balconies on Spring Creek side of the hotel are still permitted, loud groups are inevitable. Even moderate noise generated from the creek side of that hotel is going to be intrusive to people who live 43 meters away. And let's face it, a bachelorette party consuming alcohol while sitting in a hot tub on the creek side of the hotel are not going to be quiet. Forward thinking and planning is required by the town and the developer so that noise considerations are dealt with before the hotel opens. This will save residents and the town considerable amounts of energy, time, angst, and money. In conclusion, let's focus on the quality of our visitors and not the quantity. Let's focus on saving every inch of natural habitat that we can in our town. Let's foster good communication and relationships with our residents and communities. And let's allow our town to regenerate and to become better than it was before. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham? Okay, so the same thing will go for everybody on the screen. Just raise your hand, physical hand that is. Looking to see if there's any others. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much for your time this morning. So those are our registered speakers. I'll now open it up, asking if anyone else gathered would like to speak in favor of the proposal. Would anybody like to speak opposed to the proposal? Would anybody like to speak in a neutral fashion to the proposal? Seeing none, I say that's the end of our verbal presentations. I'll now look to the clerk to tell us about the written submissions.
So I will start with in favor. Debbie and Peter Brown, Jerry Shalafu, Douglas Shrumka, Jonathan Fridhandler, Hugh Hancock and Terry Harrison, Renee Higgins, Gaydon and James Howe, Peter and Barb Ingle, Liam and Mary Lambert, Robert and Beverly Murdoch, Sean Oosthuizen and Donna Sinclair, William Pear, Annette Plummer, Scott Seitz, Greg Spence, Stephen Steele, Sharon Taylor, Richard and Bernice Waltall, Graham Wetter, Jack Zinert. No neutral or unstated.
That's right.
And for opposed, Liz Baker, along with Phil and Claire Hoylett and Alex Dupuy, Catherine Cook, Sarah Cooper, Ian Denton, Brian Dick, Val and Dawn Goodrow, Constance Hall, Brent and Terry Holdner, Juan and Aaron Zazu Jera, Michelle McDonald, John and Kathy Marachik, Patrick Parno, and Carol Poland. That is all.
Great, thank you. And those have all been provided to council. I should say right now, as we've come to the conclusion of the submissions, that council has a very important task, and that is to wade through all of the perspectives provided, wade through the bylaws, regulations. We take a look at what we're allowed to do by the MGA, and we balance what was in the proposal with what's changed, and we have to take all of these things into account. Some things being more relevant than others, some things being raised are sometimes they're irrelevant too, and we have to take that into account. And so please know that we have read all of the submissions. We've listened very closely to all of the public statements. And we have to go through that and find our way forward. So thank you for everyone who participated. We'll now move to, if there's any questions from council then arising from what we've heard, and then I will move to any closing comments by the applicant and administration. I did have one question, and that was based, actually a couple questions, and for the applicant, with regards to top of bank versus legal bank, do you have concerns with the use of the wording legal bank? If you can come up to the...
No, Mayor and Council, that is what the surveyors actually do, is the legal bank as defined in that. So our surveyors do go out and they do define the legal bank under the Surveys Act. And from there, that legal bank at top is where the environmental reserve would start.
Great.
Right. So no, I have no problem. The terminology, I think it's both have been used in the past, but the actual Surveyors Act is probably legal bank.
Great, thanks. Before you go, there was a question about the heights of buildings. Are they, where are they measured from? Finished grade, existing grade?
It's from a design grade. All our buildings are, because we had to raise the whole site 4 feet. Has been raised to get it out of the flood fringe and to also create the grading for stormwater. Spring Creek only had 2 meters of grade from the front of the property all the way to the end. So to create the stormwater treatment that we need to do, we have design grades that we do to grade the site for stormwater management. So it's generally not from the existing grade, which is 4 feet lower than the road. It's from the design grades of the site that we do with town engineering.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on anything that we've heard from council? Councillor Ma? Oh, sorry, Councillor Faubert first, then Councillor Ma.
I don't know how to use the system. It's like my hand, the hand up there. Question about, so the 2 hotels at the entranceway are part of phase 1?
Correct.
Technically, but you didn't complete them before you moved on to the further phases. Why is that?
Well, number one, the market from the recession in 2008, we originally started planning those in 2007, and obviously the recession of 2008 and really lasted in Canmore to about 2014 before there was any demand. So there is a clause in the ARP or the bylaw that allows us to move forward without those being built at this time, but it is our intent. We started designing these again a couple of years ago, but it's taken us 2 years to get in front of council, and it's our intent to start designing them again if we move forward, to hopefully be in the ground in the next year or two to have those complete.
Awesome. And then one more. When the ARP was approved with upwards of 1,200 residential units, the intent was 5% of that would go to what was PAH at the time, Vital Homes now. If you're lowering it to 1,000, where is your, I just want to I'm just uncertain. Are you committed to 5% of 1,000 or still working towards that 5% of 1,200?
No, the intent was always whether it's 800 was the minimum. So it'd either be between 40 to 60 PH units. And that's, every unit I build a PAH is being financed by the market homes, because I am doing these in apartment buildings. Everyone still gets the use of the gym and the hot tubs and underground parkade and geothermal heating and cooling. My costs are way more than someone doing them in a townhome in large. Yeah. And you could go down my hallway, you don't know which one's a PH and which one's a market unit. One of my goals was not to build a PH building, was to integrate everyone into the community. We're Canmore residents. They just live in a market, a PH or a Vital Homes unit in our building. So it was always arranged was between 40 to 60 PH units.
So yeah, so the total residential was a range, PAH is a range.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you. Mr. Koenig, when I was looking at the conceptual designs for the hotels, the proposed stuff here, it looks like for the spa hotel, there is a underground connection to the current Malcolm. Is that correct? Because one of them has an overpass, which is the family hotel, and the other one is. And so with parking and these other underground structures being put in, will that be causing significant changes down the road for proposed maximum heights with the hotels? I'm trying to understand as we create these structures, what that effect will be.
No, the Malcolm Hotel has underground structure. All our buildings have an underground structure, and we design the grades based on the height bylaw. So we're allowed a certain percentage over the 12 meters, and where that building drops off a little bit to get the underground parking. Our underground ramps are generally, we have to go down that 7 to 8 feet anyways. It just makes sense to do it on the end where the road drops, then it's less grading than if we try to put the parkade entrances on the other side. So if you see the drawings, it makes sense to put them there. If the one rendering the one person shows windows, that's in the stairwell going up and down to show some light getting into the stairwell at a low 4 feet grade level. But we won't exceed the town of Canmore height bylaw, where we have to meet the height bylaw. That's for Zone C. It does allow some articulation in roof lines, and we do ideally want a tower element as you come in, a little bit more of a tower element to create a sense of entryway. And that's where we'll probably use our additional percentage of height as you come into Spring Creek to create that sense of entryway is there. It did show on the height map an area where we had Zone A on the family site, and that was to allow the plus 15 bridge connect from the Malcolm Hotel over.
Okay, and with respect to noise, there have been significant concerns among a lot of folks in South Canmore from the hotel piece, yes. And noise can be a cumulative effect where, I can understand citizens' concerns with, here's some potential back decks on the spa hotel or the adult hotel side. How do you mean to address potential issues there?
I guess it's the same as their backyards. Yeah, the noise bylaw is 10 o'clock. Right now, the pool at the Malcolm Hotel, we close at 10 o'clock. So they'll have patios. If there is a hot tub on the back there, that's not part of the spa will close at 9. The intent, if there's a hot tub, additional hot tub and thing, they'll close at 10 o'clock as per the town of Canmore bylaw. Someone sitting on their deck talking is no different than someone in their backyard talking.
And rewind, and with regards to the hotel noise, what steps are being taken moving forward?
Well, again, that has nothing to do with this bylaw.
Sorry, the current conference center piece, I'm just trying to understand the net effect between what's going on.
The Malcolm Hotel, our patio closes at 10, and our hot tub pool closes at 10, and the pool closes at 10 as per the town of Canmore bylaw. That's separate from the conference center. That is an indoor space that does obviously accumulate noise outside, and I do appreciate the town bringing a noise bylaw I see here later today, and hopefully that can help get a little better clarification. I still think it might need some better guidelines personally, but because it needs to be fair to a business operator, it needs to be fair to the residents there, that we have some guidelines that we all know we have to work around. So I'm hoping that bylaw comes forward later today, might give a little better clarification, and that's nothing really to do with today's bylaw, but we continue to work with the community on getting involved with those issues if you're concerned about that right now, instead of just my manager, and we want to address the new bylaw with your bylaw person, whatever it is, sorry, and the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Seeing none, Mr. Koenig, while you're there, based on what you've heard, do you have any closing comments?
Just maybe the only one is on the comment that we're destruction of habitat by that extra 5 meters. Those two sites have always been cabins right adjacent to the creek. My Uncle Don's house in the office hung over the creek. Campsites are right up to the creek edge. We're not destructing natural habitat. This is a redevelopment site, there's a brownfield site. We're pulling development away from those 2 hotel sites. They're disturbed right now with gravel parking lot. All that will be environmental reserve, 7 to 10 meters. Will get rehabilitated during the construction process with natural vegetation is what we've done in the past. So if anything, we're not destructing habitat, we are rebuilding creek habitat as we build Spring Creek. That's really the only issue that I feel needs to be addressed.
Great, thank you very much. I'll now turn to administration if you have any closing comments based on what you've heard.
Just a couple of comments, just a clarification. I did want to confirm that, what's the R1 district is not proposed to change in terms of a major change to another land use zone. There's a boundary adjustment, that's it. At any time, someone could come in and apply to change that, but that's not what's before council today. Council's only making a decision on what's before them, so there is no opening the door per se to allowing for future amendments based on today's decision for expansion of the hotel or something like that. The developer has the right to come in at a future date and propose that, and obviously that would be evaluated based on the merits of their decision, but that's certainly not before council today. When it comes to height and number of stories, I did want to confirm that the developer is not making any changes to height, as he mentioned. He's obviously going to meet that. As mentioned, there's no proposed changes to how we measure height. In terms of the number of stories, there's no proposed changes to the hotels. There's no amendments to that district. With regards to the noise across the creek, administration views the changes here as a positive based on what the developer could currently construct. They do have approval currently to construct 2 hotels, albeit they would be smaller than what they're looking at, but they are permitted uses, so they could include balconies, they could include common spaces. There's no restriction in the current district on common spaces. So there's no restriction currently on conference facilities, drinking establishments as well. So, well, I think there isn't drinking establishments, but conference facilities are permitted use as well. So if that's the starting point to the measuring point, administration feels that the developer has addressed some of the concerns overall about noise by really focusing on a spa hotel, limiting the hours, adding administration's request some control over common spaces in the design of the backyard to try and alleviate those concerns. In terms of parking, the applicant will need to meet the land use bylaws parking requirements. So there's going to be an underground parkade, and it's expected that they'll be able to accommodate the land use bylaws requirements. I think it's already been discussed quite a bit, but there is, in terms of the number of units, there's a minimum and maximum in the ARP. So the developer could construct just a minimum of 800 units if that was the way the market worked, or they could have constructed up to 1,200 units. So there was a range provided, obviously, for some flexibility. So the developer isn't really reducing the number of units that's required. The 800 is the minimum, that's what's required. And that's it from my comments. I'm not sure if Mr. Zarte, if he's still here. No, he left. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gravel. I have a couple of questions for you. I don't know if you had the opportunity to take in the requested amendment to section 4.74. Did you see it? Did you have any concerns about that?
No, I didn't have any concerns with that amendment.
Because it seems, from what I saw, it aligns with all the other changes,
Yep.
so it's consistent. Okay. And do you have any concerns with a top of bank being changed to legal bank?
I don't. The surveyors are the ones that identify the top of bank, and they're required to identify it under the Surveyors Act. Right. So we just take whatever they're, where they've marked it. So it's not something that we interpret.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions of council? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Grohl. I'm not sure if this one's for you or potentially engineering, Mr. Sarte, but the traffic report and how it was conducted and when it was conducted. Can you speak to that?
I'm not the best one to speak to that.
I think Ms. Miller would love. I think Ms. Miller would love to.
The best person has just joined us.
Okay. Or Mr. Asarte.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. The data used was from the 2019 period, and that was because 2020 actually had pretty significant impacts from construction happening on Bow Valley Trail and Railway. So we see in 2020 data, these major peaks that coincided with detours that were related to underground utility work. And then in the fall, we actually had upwards of 7,000 vehicles on a day where we were paving and closed Bow Valley Trail completely at the intersection. Throughout all of the construction period and even into last year where we were operating with the original cabinet, we were seeing volumes of shortcutting. When we look at the data, we've seen a 200 vehicle per day drop between 2020 and 2021. And that just reflected the decrease in the impacts from construction. What we saw between 2019 and 2021 reflects what we would expect for regular development. So what was done with the 2019 data was based on 2019 development. We're on target, projecting out to completion, we're on target. And that's been reflected in the data for 2021 period. It just wasn't available at the time of the studies.
One of the speakers today noted of some challenges when there was an emergency situation in the valley. That's probably a bigger and broader conversation, but yeah. So if we've got 2019 data and 2021 data and we kind of ignore 2020, do you have any concerns going forward with the amount of traffic going through Spring Creek?
Strictly from a traffic perspective, the 3,000 vehicle per day is well below capacity of collector roadways, and well below the traffic volumes we see on other collectors in town. So traffic in Spring Creek Mountain Village in general is fairly light, and the 3,000 target was selected to reflect conditions before the second access was constructed across the railway tracks and the roundabout was built. So it was an attempt to preserve from the trailer park days the same traffic volumes to that north end. So like anywhere in town, we're a mountainous community, we're dispersed, accessing into areas for emergency response is a challenge. There's traffic throughout town. There are no particular unique challenges with respect to Spring Creek Mountain Village, its positioning in town or the way that it's being developed. So strictly from a traffic volume, emergency access perspective, the volumes are manageable for the nature of those collector roads.
Thank you. And one last one, if I might. Parking, and we are going to meet the land use bylaw for parking, but is that still adequate?
We've spent a lot of time looking at parking as part of our overall integrated parking management plan. We know that more parking does not mean parking problems are solved. More parking means more dispersed development, less transit use, less walkable communities, more vehicle use, translates into traffic and congestion. The alternative is to provide an adequate amount of parking for the nature of the community. In this case, one of the most walkable communities you'll find anywhere in North America, and provide transit and provide cycle paths. The net result is going to be that parking will always have to be managed in Spring Creek Mountain Village, and that is similar to the town center or any place where densities are higher. But it will translate into development that has a lesser impact, not just on its own community, but the surrounding communities. So we're seeing that now with up to 50% of the trips taken on Spring Creek Drive are by foot and bicycle. We're looking to introduce transit in 2024 during the peak season. That community, as designed, really encourages that walking, cycle, and transit mode share, and that supports our overall plan for the larger community.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sarte. Always appreciate your perspective.
Councillor Ma.
Great to see you, Andy. So I was getting some information here. The VPD, or vehicles per day, in 2021 was about 1773, around that amount. Do you have any data currently running into 2022? Like, I know we haven't done the whole May to October recording cycle, but do you have any insight on what we've got so far for this year?
For this year, we don't have our data yet. It's being recorded, but requires manual download. So we only have certain months of data, and I don't have it for summer season yet. We're trending in line. So for the number you quoted, 1,773 vehicles per day for 2021. Just based on the early season, we would expect that to trend roughly 10% higher, 5 to 10% higher, and that's consistent with development that's happened in the past year.
So around 1,900, 2,000 would be something to be expected. And for last year, 2021, did we have any like big swell days where we were above 3,000 VPD?
No, with 2021 data, I think our peak day was something around 2,800 vehicles. And the overall average for 2021 peak season was that 1,773.
Okay.
So, no days over 3,000 in 2021.
Okay, and there has been concern expressed by some folks that I've heard that what if everything gets built to a point and then, we're above the 3,000 VPT and we have no recourse. Is that true, or is it the sort of situation where the development is gradual enough that we can actually keep our finger on the pulse for the traffic assessments to see where we're at?
Yep, that was a valid concern, and so in the land use bylaw, we did add additional checkpoints that allow for that monitoring and adjustment to go from where we're at today, say 1,900 vehicles per day, to 3,000. Would take a significant amount of development, and at the rate of development in Spring Creek Mountain Village, 1 building per year. That's going to provide time for us to observe and use the tools available in the LUB around density. But most likely what we'll see is just a continued shift in mode community-wide as we see build out. We'll continue monitoring, and it'll be things like parking management, improving. There's a mix of private and public parking that can be managed through enforcement, managed through other parking management tools like paid parking, for example. Then there are all the transportation tools we can apply around transit, continuing to build up the bike network, continuing to improve the connections into Spring Creek Mountain Village. So it's not going to be a case where 2 or 3 DPs are approved and then we are all of a sudden at 3,500 or 4,000 vehicles per day. We're going to have a slow progression of development and opportunities to respond.
Okay, so we won't get caught out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Gravel. And with that, I will close the public hearing, given that there's likely to be some movement in our gallery, and we're now at 10:29. I'm going to call a break until 10:40. errors or omissions that anyone noticed? Okay. No, no. Seeing none, I'll move that we approve the minutes as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Got to look in so many places to see where the hands are. All right, moving to item E1. Now this is a returning request from a delegation. I should note, as contained in the agenda package, that there was additional information provided and that there was an additional or alternative request found on page 29 of the agenda package. So keeping in mind the 4 requests that were in the agenda, plus that additional request, I'm going to move that all of the requests made by Resilient Canmore to date are accepted as information only. In speaking to this motion, I appreciate that the intent of what's being brought forward. I look forward to finding out where it goes. Certainly nothing prevents them from requesting another delegation in Q1 or Q2 next year. So I don't think we need to approve that. My main question that was not answered, that would have changed the motion I put forward, was, is there real evidence that this is representative of the community as a whole? And I have yet to see that. Even though there are some numbers that relate to some sectors, it's not of the nature or numbers, and it certainly doesn't include like letters of support from the Downtown Business Association or the Canadian Mountain Arts Foundation or BODA or TCK or the Chamber of Commerce or any number of organizations that represent a large number of people. And I think it would be really important for this conversation as described to have meaning is to be representative of the whole. And since there is not that yet, I think we should just accept this as information only at this time. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G1. This is bylaw approvals for Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan amendments, Bylaw 2021-2022, and Land Use Bylaw amendments, Bylaw 2021-23. So I'm going to move, just have to look in a couple places here. Okay, so there are some amendments that are going to be brought in each of the bylaws. I'm just going to ask a question of clarification first to Ms. Miller. Put you on the spot. If I was to bring a motion changing any reference to top of bank to legal bank, is that in the land use bylaw or is that the ARP or is that both? Sorry about putting you on the spot, by the way.
As Mr. Gravel noted, that is language that's within the Surveyors Act, and that information is provided to us by the surveyor. So I can check quickly if there's an actual definition in the land use bylaw, but this would ultimately impact simply the ARP if you were to change that language.
Okay, so just in the ARP, any
Correct.
reference? Okay, great.
At this moment, but I'm going to open
Yeah.
up my big LUB and check really quick.
Great, thank you. So dealing with the first bylaw, which is the ARP bylaw, I'm going to move that council give second reading to Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan Amendments Bylaw 2021-22. And I'm going to move that council accept the proposed amendment to section 4.7.4 as proposed by the applicant. and to authorize any similar changes throughout the document. Because Councillor Hillstead did note that there is some similar language in 4.2.2 that also needs to be changed. It references 1,050 units. So there might be some other cleanup, and I think that this does the job. I think that what was put forward was simply being consistent with the language. I could have almost classified it as editorial in nature. So I don't know if, Madam Clerk, if you have something to put up or if everybody's clear. Okay. As we'll recall, the suggested amendment made changes to align with the numbers that are now in the rest of the document. Right there. So the motion again is that Council accepts the amendments to section 4.7.4 as recommended by the applicant, and authorizes similar changes throughout the document, period. Okay? Anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. So I think of all of the policy changes, this is the one that I lament the most, mostly because we're going to be losing, in my mind, 20 doors, possibly, of perpetually affordable housing, vital homes. But I understand that it is not something that we can force the developer to provide, and has just provided it through the course of the development. So I will be supporting this change, but I just wanted to state outwardly that I'm bummed that we'll be losing some PAH in that development, but at the same time, this is Berta, and we're not allowed to force it, so thank you.
I certainly understand your sentiment there. I would note, because we're dealing with ranges, if I was to tell my kids, if you go do that thing, I'll give you 15 to 20 bucks, I guarantee you they'll only remember the 20 bucks. When in fact the deal was 15 to 20. And so when we're looking at originally 800 to 1,200 units, and it's still 800 to 1,000, it's still above that threshold. So while I understand the sentiment, I think we've attached ourselves to the 20 bucks. Yeah. Yeah. Ms. Miller.
I just wanted to clarify your question about the definitions of bank within the land use bylaw.
Yes.
So we do have a definition, bank of water body. So the land use bylaw does make various references to bank, whether it's creek bank, top of bank, but the actual defined definition, defined word, is bank of water body, which means the surveyed boundary line as determined by a qualified surveyor where the bed and shore of the body of water cease, as further defined in the Surveyor's Act. And it goes on. It's quite a lengthy definition. So
we're not going to touch that.
We're not going to touch that.
We're not going to touch that. I'm just going to, in my next amendment for this one, will just be in reference in the ARP to top of bank, change it to legal bank. Okay. Thank you for that. Anyone else wanted to speak to the amendment on the floor? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. The second amendment I'd like to bring forward is the one that was just referenced. I'd like to move that any reference, and this is in the ARP bylaw, it's not the LUB one, any reference to top of bank is replaced with legal bank. I think through the conversation we determined that they are practically the same thing and is what is being used, but I did like the rationale that Ms. Baker brought forward as far as the definition and how it's being used by surveyors, and so let's use that language. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now looking to, back to the main motion as amended, I'm prepared to support this amendment. I believe that that what this represents is course corrections that are natural over time. Back in 2004, when there was if I could use the analogy of a launching of this ship, you have a sense of what's right in front of you, but you don't know what you're going to encounter down the road, weather, circumstances, and you have a greater idea of how your ship performs as you go along. And over time, you need to do minor course corrections that represent what you've learned and what the realities are at present. And I really don't see this as being anything other than that. It is a brownfield site. The 15-meter setback is actually a reclamation of 15 meters of land as opposed to a loss of 5 from the 20. It was always designed to be condos and townhouses, or condos and some tourist homes and hotels and businesses, and that's what has been built and that's what's going to be built. Given that, and that we're still within the original ranges, I see no reason why we should not give it second reading, and I'll speak to third if it passes second. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I'll support second reading of the area redevelopment plan for many of the same reasons. From 2004 to now, a lot of things change, and I think that it's appropriate to come back to this plan and revise it. Moving into stage 4 is clearly the next phase that the developer is working towards, which requires amendments in order to proceed. With regards to the creek setback, the area redevelopment plan already provides some leeway in there. And so I consider this a bit of a red tape reduction in that the applicants asked for certainty and for business reasons to plan better moving forward. And I'm okay with that because of the level of environmental stewardship taken in reclaiming the creek setback so far, and that will continue into the environmental reserve that's being created as well. I think that there's not a lot of departures or major changes, but there are things that have changed in the past couple of years that I think are significant. One is the certainty that the 2 new hotels won't have a convention center or drinking establishment, as well as last year, some of the open houses talked about actually increasing the heights of the roofs for those hotels, and that's not in there. So these are 2 really great examples, I think, of the developer listening to concerns and adjusting the plan along the way in order to work with the surrounding neighborhood and community. The parking is going to be changed to reflect our own parking standards. So I'm very much in favor of that. And there's no real change to roof heights, just the way there's some interpretation beyond the meter designation. So in terms of roof heights, not much is changing, and I know that that's definitely was a concern out there. So it's a bit of a, yes, the story, those store numbers of stories are slightly being adjusted, but you're not gonna see a taller roof, you're just gonna see, you actually won't see what this does, which creates better planning. And that's kind of, you know, if you start to understand all that, the work that goes into planning a development, a lot of these changes really make sense in order to get the best neighborhood and the completion of this area redevelopment plan. Which is commendable because, you know, it's 1 out of 3 that's actually gone forward. So, thank you. I'm done.
Dr. Cottle, is there something that you wanted to bring to our attention?
I believe you were going to make an amendment about the grammatical errors.
I'm going to do that with the next bylaw.
Okay.
Because it has to do with the land use bylaw.
We just didn't want it to get missed. Thanks.
Great, thank you. that is correct. It has to do with the land use bylaw because we're dealing with sections 14.19.2. That's all LUBs. Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to second reading of bylaw 2021-2022? Oh, Dr. Cotto? Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. There might be a little delay in my video feed. We'll see. I too will vote in support of these amendments. I appreciate the efforts that the applicant has gone into to work with the community, and I appreciate that there are still some gaps for some people in that process. They have gone a long ways in the past to work with the creeks and the creek rehabilitation, and I sincerely appreciate that. I too am disappointed that we don't get the $20. that these are percentages, and the percentages will change, and I would have greatly appreciated some commitment to a fixed number of units of PAH in there. Although, again, we unfortunately can't force those things, but I would have appreciated that. Outside of that, I think this is well thought out, and I appreciate the community engagement, and I appreciate everybody that has stepped forward to bravely talk in favor or opposed to any of these sorts of projects. I appreciate all that feedback, and thank you. I look forward to supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'll be voting in support of this. I had concerns that were brought up by constituents about the vehicles per day, and which caused us to dig in a little deeper. And I was appreciative of the fact that because the development will be stepwise enough that we can keep our finger on the pulse through the traffic assessment. So if things were going awry, we have recourse and we can change it. I think it's helpful to see that the VPD, vehicles per day, in 2021 was at the 1,700 amount, so below the 3,000. So that's a good sign. I feel that because the applicant is committing to the R1 properties at the northern end of the site by the hotels that will not be changed, I think that addresses the concern of some of the residents that there'll be a bait and switch there for the hotels moving forward, and that's not the case. The loss of you can't count your chickens before they hatch, but the PAH stuff is definitely a bummer. But that's my stance there. I'll be voting in support. Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Hillstad?
I'll also be supporting second reading of the ARP. Everything's basically been said already. I think a lot of this is course correction. The supposed loss of 1,200 to 1,000 isn't really a loss. It's just that's what's physically able to be built. Maybe they could sneak in a little bit more, maybe not. So again, the minimum doesn't drop down. So if that dropped down to 600, that would be more of a concern for me. So, but again, these are all fairly well thought out changes, so I'll support second reading.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting second reading. I've already said my piece about the vital homes. I understand about chickens and hatching, and I agree. I also should point out that this developer is developing housing in other places for their staff too, so it is what it is. This development, its ARP came forward in 2004, and since that time we have been through a global recession, a global pandemic, and a real change as to what the market looks like, how it's financed, et cetera. And so it's to be expected that there would be some changes to align with the market and to align with understanding how that site works, how the grading works, how the water works. You know, with each building, I'm sure, and I know that they're learning something different every time, and in applying those understandings to the next building, which is really, most developments don't have that opportunity at all. So I'm also cognizant of the amount of ER and MR cumulatively that has been passed over to the public. I think it's almost 20%, if not more, of the land mass, which, you know, it's a pleasure to walk along the trails in Spring Creek or bike. There's no other word for it, in my opinion. So I will be supportive of these changes. I really hope to see in DP and then design the developer taking the opportunity to address some of the concerns on the other side of the creek with regards to the spa hotel. I think a lot of these challenges can be met with good design, and I believe the developer has the knowledge to do that. You know, as we move forward to densify our downtown, and, you know, South Canmore has densified over the last 20 years, and Spring Creek is densified, the areas around LGMS, et cetera, there's going to be these uncomfortable interfaces that we're going to have between extreme low density like R1 and higher density like condominium complexes. Between rental and between ownership, and we're just going to have to move through these inherent challenges with these very different types of build. And at the end of the day, you know, you want a vibrant downtown, you want a vibrant city center, and we need to somehow balance how we sterilize that vibrancy or not sterilize that vibrancy. So I'll be supporting second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Mera.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this motion. I also, I think everything's been said. I did want to comment, you know, the four things I did here were parking, the legal bank, traffic, and noise. And I think the applicant has tried to address the best they can. I know there's, as Councillor McCallum just said, there's ways of addressing maybe noise through design. So I'm hoping that that will be taken into consideration along the way. So I will be supporting this. Thank you. I'm losing my voice, sorry.
And thank you for joining us while you're under the weather. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give third reading to Spring Creek Mountain Village Area Redevelopment Plan Bylaw 2021-22. Not to repeat myself, so I won't. I've stated the reasons I support this, but I would like to add, building on Councillor McCallum's comment, the Spring Creek development is a beautiful area, and it's been developed really well. And it is a pleasure to not only be on the parks, but to visit their businesses and to be in that area. So I think that this is something that should be held up as a good example. Anybody else wanting to speak to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendments Bylaw 2021-23, and I will move that Council accept the two typographical corrections as set out in the administrative report to sections 14.19.2 and 14.27.10. Does Does everybody understand the motion? We don't need to put it up on the board. It's just accepting what is on page 66 of the agenda package. Would anybody like to speak to that motion, amending motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now back to the main motion. Catch up on my screen here. Okay, back to the main motion, second reading of Bylaw 2021-23. I've already said all I have to say in support of these. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Appears everyone else has as well. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the council give third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendments, Bylaw 2021-23. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will now move to item G2, Community Standards Bylaw. Ms. Miller, welcome to council.
Hello, good morning.
Whenever you're ready. Yep.
Perfect.
Yep, thank you.
Well, I'm here today to talk about the Community Standards Bylaw. It's a new proposed bylaw.
New and yet old, too.
New and yet old, yeah. So the proposed Community Standards Bylaw helps meet the Town of Canmore's 2023-2026 strategic goals in several ways. This new bylaw will help foster an environment of safety and support the town's commitment to protect people and property to ensure that Canmore is a place where all residents can thrive. It will support Canmore's place as a recognized leader in managing human impact on our environment. And lastly, it supports respectful, authentic relationships by focusing on the needs and priorities voiced by residents and will assist in strengthening relationships within the community. This Community Standards Bylaw sets expectations and parameters that will allow community members to have a clear understanding on their shared responsibilities in keeping Canmore a safe and livable community for all. So you might ask, why a community standards bylaw? And many municipalities have shifted to creating consolidated bylaws to address community concerns, manage community expectations, and promote neighborly relationships. This proposed community standards bylaw will do the same by consolidating and updating the noise, wildlife attractant, snow and ice control bylaws. Snow and ice control is part of the traffic and road use bylaw, and by adding provisions around property maintenance, graffiti, and human waste. By having a consolidated bylaw, community members only need to refer to one bylaw to find the information they need in response to concerns or information about what is or what is not allowed. This type of bylaw has become best practice in good governance related to community concerns. As mentioned, 3 existing bylaws will be consolidated into the Community Standards Bylaw, and this has provided administration the opportunity to update these 3 bylaws through amendments that increase enforceability and clarity. So again, what's in the bylaw? We have noise, snow and ice control, property maintenance, wildlife attractants, graffiti, and human waste. So I'm going to go through each topic and just talk a little bit about what's in the bylaw and some other challenges around them. So with noise, the Community Standard Bylaw addresses the regulation of noise through a combination of reasonable expectations and objective measurement. The intent of the bylaw is to allow people to enjoy themselves without causing a disturbance to their neighbors. This means that noise which is likely to disturb the peace, enjoyment, comfort, or convenience of another individual is prohibited. A standard of reasonableness is used to determine whether or not the noise is in violation of the bylaw. The type of noise, volume, duration of the noise, time of day, the day of week, the nature and use of the surrounding area, and other relevant factors which may or may not include the measurement of the noise levels in decibels is considered in the determination of reasonableness. A provision regarding allowable overnight noise decibel levels has been included in this proposed bylaw. The maximum decibel reading in residential areas is proposed to be set at 60 dBA. 60 dBA is the decibel level of a normal conversation and was chosen to allow people to enjoy their property and other allowable activities, such as sitting in a hot tub or around a fire pit. The decibel measurement is from the property line, and the overnight time is from 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Consideration was given to using a decibel level for daytime activities as well. However, after consulting with other municipalities, they found the decibel measurement was infrequently used to determine whether a noise had disturbed the peace of others. Instead, they rely on observations and witness statements to determine the reasonableness of the noise. This bylaw does not intend to stop regular business activity, but instead makes provisions for it. So noise from emergency services operations, bells or calls from schools or religious buildings, construction activity during the daytime, special events with town-issued permits, and the regular use of motorized garden tools is allowed in this bylaw. In addition, provisions are made to allow for garbage collection, golf turf maintenance, and delivery services to operate outside of daytime hours. As members of the community, business owners and operators have the same responsibility as residents in ensuring the noise from their properties is not disturbing others. Again, the reasonableness standard is applied to each specific context. So a few common questions that the Municipal Enforcement Department receives around noise complaints are, what happens when a complaint is made? Why not just use decibel meters to enforce? And what happens when the RCMP responds to a complaint? So when a noise complaint is made, the information from the reporter is assigned to a file number and entered into our computer system. So like any other complaint, the file is assigned to a community peace officer who then reviews and gathers information to determine next steps. The Municipal Enforcement Department takes an educational compliance approach. So the focus is on resolving the issue through education first. If the property owner does not comply and further complaints are made, fines may be issued. One of the first things that will be asked is, have you talked to your neighbor? We encourage reporters to first try to have a conversation with their neighbor about the noise so that they're aware that it's disturbing them. As with all investigations, anonymous complaints are not investigated. And that's because the investigation usually happens after the incident occurs, and we require a name and contact information for those who are reporting the noise disturbance, and witness statements may be required if tickets are disputed in court. So witnesses are required to attend court to give evidence, and it's much easier to have that conversation in person, face-to-face, than having it across a courtroom. Though the bylaw contains provisions for overnight decibel levels, tickets may be issued with or without decibel measurement. Enforcement by decibel reading only would not determine whether the noise had disturbed others, and the greater context of the situation is required when enforcing noise disturbances. Additionally, the municipal enforcement team may not have responded at the time of the reported noise, but are following up afterwards. While a decibel level is a helpful guide, it does not necessarily make enforcement of noise disturbance easier because it sets the expectation that the decibel level will be measured if enforcement is to occur. It can also lead to people using non-calibrated decibel meters to try to counter that the noise was not creating a disturbance, and sometimes despite many other witnesses observing that it had. Many other municipalities do have decibel levels within their bylaw, but when I've asked about their investigations into noise complaints, again, all have said they rely on witness statements and officer observations instead of decibel measures. Instead, they mostly use decibel measurement for vehicle noise. For this reason, the bylaw only contains a level for overnight activities, and it's meant to serve as a guide. Since a lot of noise disturbance calls occur later in the evening or overnight, the calls often go to the RCMP as the disturbance is happening. The Municipal Enforcement Department and the RCMP have a system in place by which a Passover report is written and sent to the enforcement email address, and a case file is then created and passed on to a community peace officer for follow-up. They follow up with the owner-occupier of the property based on the observations of the RCMP member who attended. So it's a neutral party who attended. The peace officer may issue a ticket based on the RCMP member's observations, witness statements from those who reported the disturbance, and other relevant information to the case file. There are also cases where an RCMP member may issue a ticket at the time of the occurrence, based on the circumstances when they attend the property. If they do issue a ticket, they also communicate that to the municipal enforcement department, that they've issued the ticket and it's on a bylaw matter. RCMP members will not be using decibel meters and will not take decibel readings when they attend noise complaints. Instead, the municipal enforcement department will rely on their observations of the incident. So our current noise bylaw is quite old, and with this proposed community standards bylaw, it will be repealed. Going to move on to snow and ice control. So the section from the traffic
Ms.
and
Miller,
road. Yeah,
did you want to take questions with each section, or would
I
you
can
prefer
do
to wait
that.
till the
What
end?
works for you all?
I'll just ask if there are any questions with respect to the noise bylaw, and then maybe we can stay in
Yeah,
section if that's
that
okay.
works for me.
Okay, Councillor Faubert, and then Councillor McCallum.
Just with respect to the decibel measurement, so the bylaw would contain a threshold for overnight, and municipal enforcement would have a decibel reader. When would they be available overnight to use it?
So we are going to schedule some staff for some later shifts.
Okay,
just sporadically. We can't do it all the time because we do have other priorities, and noise complaints don't happen that frequently. They do happen on occasion, but the time period's really hard to tell. So with the RCMP being a 24-hour service, they have more resources to respond overnight. Sometimes they can respond quickly. Other times they have other priorities that they have to attend to first as well. So we've chatted about doing some overnight patrols where they may be scheduled until midnight.
Okay. The RCMP, would they have access to the decibel reader?
I chatted with the detachment commander, and with the training that they already have and the equipment they have, they are not going to use the decibel meter.
And then would you accept a reading that was taken by a citizen?
It's hard. We could put it in the evidence, but unless they had the backup of here's what it is, here's how often we test it and maintain it, it may or may not be helpful in court.
Because I really appreciate an objective measurement, but I really starting to understand why you're saying it's not, like, all the other standards of reasonableness carry far more weight, but.
They do in determining the actual disturbance of the peace and enjoyment and comfort and convenience. The context matters, because the same noise that happens in one place, the exact same noise based on the context can either disturb someone or not.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. My question was very similar to Councillor Faubert's, but I didn't catch your response about arming the RCMP with their own decibel reader.
They will not have decibel meters.
And so why not?
Well, we discussed it. Sometimes it's because they don't attend right when the noise is happening. So we rely really on their observations as to what's reasonable, and they have the same determination of reasonableness. So if they attend and they're at the edge of the property and they can or cannot hear noise, that's usually a pretty good indicator as to whether the noise may or may not disturb someone. So it's one more thing for their training, one more piece of equipment that they have to bring with them, and they may not always have it. One more thing for them to maintain and calibrate as well. And we would have to go down and make sure that they're calibrating it so that it's all to the same standard.
Okay, I don't accept that response, but.
Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just add a little bit to that. I think the other maybe missing thing for where you're coming from, Councillor McCallum, is, generally the RCMP aren't the ones to respond to and enforce the noise bylaw. It is municipal enforcement staff. They do it for us after hours when we don't have staff on, but it's really not their primary workload or responsibility. And if you think about all of the other gear and training that they have, and then the other things that they might be responding to on any given night, A decibel reader is a pretty low priority for them in the span of what their core duties actually are and the types of calls that they respond to. So for municipal enforcement staff, it fits within their core mandate and it makes a lot of sense. This is really an additional after-hour service, and in their ideal world, we wouldn't be having these issues and they wouldn't responding. It's not a core service for the RCMP. So that's some of where the gear thing comes from.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for your presentation so far. So what are the hours that we're using for nighttime again?
10 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And if I'm correct, prior we didn't really have a clear definition of what quote unquote nighttime
There was construction activity was
locked down by time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not allowed in the nighttime, but there actually wasn't a clear time for.
Okay, so now we have a clear definition of nighttime. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
My apologies. That's an interesting response because I've had the RCMP in my neighborhood enforcing a time and they claimed the time was 11 p.m. And I guess I should know this after all these years, but I didn't realize that. So they were faking it or?
Yeah, I thought it was 11 as well, but
Yeah.
in any event, it's now very clear.
It is now in the bylaw.
Yeah. Ms. Miller, I had a question moving off of the previous line of question. Under the exemptions and scope, Section 26 lists where the prohibition on noise in Part 1 does not apply. Emergency vehicles, construction during the daytime, use of motorized garden tools up to 3 hours, those sorts of things. Section 27, I just want to make sure I understand this. And this is on page 8 of the report on page, or 8 of the bylaw, page 251 of the agenda package. So section 21 says, notwithstanding that other section, the CAO may apply any other provision of Part 1 to the activities in section 13 to 25 on a site-specific basis in the CAO's officer's sole discretion. Mm-hmm. Does this mean that, I don't know, let's use an example of inordinate use of a leaf blower. Somebody's really using a leaf blower a lot, maybe up to 5 hours a day or something. Well, maybe it's even 3, but it's just continuous. Mm-hmm. Does this allow the CAO to say in that site-specific thing, hey, leaf blower person, you have to cease and desist even though you're falling within the exception?
That's how I interpret it.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that because we will have those where somebody's technically, but it can be,
right.
I mean, you don't need to cut your lawn every day, and if you're out there 3 hours a day, even if you're falling within the exception, it might be one where the neighbors just say enough.
And it saves us when we have very unique circumstances from coming to council to amend the bylaw to address one very unique.
Great. That's what I thought it said, and I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Any other questions about the noise section? Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Kind of following up on some other questioning. How many complaints do we get in the evening that the RCMP are responding to on our behalf right now? Average.
Every weekend, there's 1 or 2, at least 1 or 2. Some weekends, there's none. In the summer months, it certainly goes up. That's been the trend.
Okay.
And currently, we are staffed until what time through municipal enforcement?
It varies in the summer months from 5 until 5 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Is there any desire or need to have a more consistent municipal enforcement throughout the evening?
Based off of the trend in complaints that we get, right now I would say no. If we started to see a trend where the RCMP were responding to more bylaw complaints at that time, then that would be something that I would bring forward for consideration for more resources, as we are currently addressing illegal campers in the morning and dog walkers, which we have a lot of dog complaints throughout the day as well. There are not a lot of bylaw-related complaints after 8 p.m. And since we are more of a complaint-based department at this time, it wouldn't be the best use of our resources when we do have this system with the RCMP in place to pass over the report. A ticket does not need to be issued at the time of occurrence. You can issue a ticket after the fact, which we have done with RCMP observations passed over to us. That way we can speak with the property owner the next day as well, if relevant. We can talk to the complainant the next day, get witness statements. That piece of work usually happens by the community peace officer the next day and doesn't necessarily, or whenever we get the Passover report, because sometimes an officer will go on, an RCMP member will go on days off after their shift, and maybe it was a really busy shift and they didn't have time to pass over the report right away. We can still follow up as soon as we get that complaint. So we can take care of the complaints retroactively, which is, I think, a better use of our resources and time based off of the number of complaints we get later in the evening.
Yeah, I think the people dealing with the noise disturbance might disagree, but I see what you're saying. Has there been any thoughts around like an on-call or dispatch type?
Councillor Graham, I'm just going to stop you there. We're now getting into more of a resource discussion as opposed to the noise bylaw. So as interesting as that is, we'll have to save it for another time.
Sounds good. If I may, one more on the on construction activity. For the past 3 years, I've been dealing with construction around my home, and much of it very legal within the bylaws. And I don't have any issues with construction such as painting happening late at night, 2 in the morning. If you want to paint your house 2 in the morning, no big deal. But running saws and whatnot late at night, but is a very different story. And yeah, I guess, what is there construction activity and construction noise? Could we allow the activity but not the noise at the same time?
Section 26B clearly exempts construction during the daytime, which means it's prohibited at nighttime. So you shouldn't be hearing any noise of saws or anything after 10 p.m.
Couldn't be. You're correct. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hillstad.
Under the exemptions and scope, the last section E there, so any activity within the jurisdiction of the Government of Canada or the Province of Alberta. I'm just wondering if we should change the Province of Alberta to be the Government of Alberta, just so people don't try to pull a fast one and be like, well, Canmore's in the Province of Alberta, so technically everything's exempt. I'm just, if you have any thoughts on that.
That works for me as a suggestion.
So yeah, if you want to bring that amendment, please do. Any other questions on the noise section? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. So Caitlin, going to the section on construction activity, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. No construction on Sundays and stat holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually kept that part. It's in our current noise bylaw, and there was no call to remove it or suggest, like, residents seem to like that there's no construction on a Sunday or stat holiday, so I just kept that piece consistent.
And I guess my assumption is there probably is construction that's happening that's of a quieter nature on Sundays anyway, right? Absolutely, because like that would be, I just want to make sure that this doesn't preclude that in any sort of way. Like if someone like wants to paint and do like quiet landscaping or whatever, because you gotta keep the ball rolling for some of these projects. Yeah.
And so the construction activity doesn't pertain to if you're doing like your own residential projects, small projects, it's kind of like the big C construction.
But there, like, maybe you would be more familiar with this, Councilor McCallum, but are there times when there's like big C construction happening on the weekends? It's quiet? Like, yeah, because I don't see the need to preclude that if it's, you know, not an issue, yeah.
I think we have to keep this in the context of noise.
Yeah, so like, yeah, I'm curious if maybe
You're not
construction.
allowed to- You're not allowed to do construction that makes noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I might make an amendment in bit.
And of course, on Sunday, if it's your own construction,
No big deal.
and you've got your friends over to help, that's fine too, because you're not paying somebody.
Yeah.
You know, so you can still do your home repairs.
And you can still apply for a noise
Yeah.
exemption permit if it was required to be happening on a Sunday.
Or a stat, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do occasionally get complaints about construction activity on a Sunday, which it's helpful when they call the department directly, because then we can deal with it the same day and address it. We do address noise from construction sites fairly frequently, especially if they're just starting a little earlier. We just go and give them a reminder usually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I think we can move now on to the next section. Thank you. And I expect there won't be as many questions on some of the other sections.
Probably not on snow and ice control, because what has happened is the snow and ice control section from the traffic and road use bylaw, it's just moving into the community standards bylaw. So we have updated some of the language to match the language throughout the bylaw, provide clarity for enforcement, but there's no new provisions in this section. So we felt that it fit within the community standards bylaw because the clearing of snow and ice from sidewalks, it's an important part of being a good neighbor and ensuring that Canmore remains a livable community.
Great. Thank you.
That's the end of the snow and ice control section.
Any questions on that? Councillor Faubert.
Why 48 hours and not 24?
That's a good question. Because it was in the traffic and road use bylaw previously. I think it also gives time for people to, if they were working a shift, get home, like if they weren't in town, to be able to arrange for someone.
I think it's one of those, like, if you do it in 24 hours, it's easier and more effective. At 48, it's changed. The one way I thought about it is like, say, you're a condo corporation and you've hired a company and that company has 20 buildings they have to do after a snowfall. And so does that take 2 days or does that take 1 day? So if that's, like, I don't want it to be too short that it's not but like sometimes people could do it sooner and I just was wondering if 24 might be.
I think with 24 hours, we might, if we were to go to court, if we did issue a ticket, it might not be seen as reasonable.
Okay.
Giving 48 hours gives a bit of time for people to be able to react to the snowfall, make arrangements if they need to.
And then is that from the start of the snowfall or the end of the snowfall?
We generally go from the day the snowfall happened.
So the start.
And
Okay.
we don't mark down the time. So we put in the municipal enforcement office when the last snowfall was. I believe it was May 9th that had any accumulation, if anyone's wondering. So we put that on the board, and then we give people 2 days from that date.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, so here's the other side of that. Last year, interestingly enough, my neighborhood was, I would say, more than a third of the doors were not shoveling their walk. And beyond being a livable community, I think that if you choose not to shovel your walk in a timely fashion, you are shoving your middle finger in the face of seniors and disabled people. And you are holding these folks hostage in their homes if you don't shovel. So 2 days seems like a lot to be held hostage in your home when it has snowed outside. And you know, we have snow angels and things like that, but they're also all volunteers and they have a lot of doors to do as well. So I'm wondering if there's an appetite for a 36-hour or something like that. It was It's offensive, quite frankly, in my opinion.
I think
not being disabled or a senior myself, but knowing a lot on my street and how the demographic of this community is changing. And really, it almost like it permeated through town, because I saw a lot of businesses choosing to wait several days to shovel. I saw them ignoring their corners if they were at prominent corners. And I'm just wondering if this, and from a business perspective, you think it would be good business to shovel your walk so that people want to come into your facility, but I just wonder, and I understand 24 hours might be too short, and maybe I'm just splitting hairs here at 36, but I'm just wondering if that's something that you'd seen in other jurisdictions.
Well, haven't seen it in other jurisdictions, but with the 48 hours, it also gives time for those who have disabilities or are elderly time to have their volunteers come, because then it puts pressure on them as well, right? They might not be able to do their walks, and they might rely on other people to come who might be busy, and as you mentioned with the volunteers, maybe they don't have capacity to hit those houses in 48 hours. I think it really comes down to part of it being a good neighbor and helping out, and if you see somebody who, because sometimes it's people aren't able to do their sidewalks.
Yep.
So reaching out, having that conversation as to, hey, did you know that you need to have your sidewalk cleared? Do you need any help with your sidewalk? And encouraging those conversations in the community when we're talking about snow and ice control, because it could be, it's not something that they have the capacity to do themselves. They might not be here and might not have those connections with their neighbors. Maybe they didn't even know it snowed. They were on vacation for a couple of weeks. Like, snow and ice can be a pet peeve of mine too.
Yeah.
Having like pushed a stroller around for a couple of years back to back, like I definitely all the time was like, oh, I wish I could get past this crosswalk. So
I can't speak for other neighborhoods. I can speak for my own, and I can tell you that all of our folks are well cared for on our street. But, you know, I have one neighbor that hasn't shoveled their walk in 8 years. And, and finally did, because somebody pounded on their door and yelled at them, which is not a great result either.
No.
But, yeah, I just...
And we were, like, we had some staffing challenges this winter.
I understand.
We're fully staffed now, so.
That's not a criticism to your department or not. It's more of a societal commentary, I think. And it is my pet peeve as well.
Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, I think there's two sort of strains to this conversation happening, right? So one is about enforcement and one is about social norming. And I think you're really more focused on the social norming, Councillor McCallum.
Yes, I am, but I'd also like to see an enforcement. Maybe you need to be quicker on enforcement, especially with the full staff now.
Sure, but I guess where I would say there is I don't know that 36 to 48 hours will make that much of a difference on the enforcement side. It's not like when, you know, if May 9th is up, that on May 11th, bylaw officers suddenly are blitzing the town for shoveling. It's largely complaint driven. And the reality of the difference in that 12 hours probably isn't going to make a significant difference in the response to the complaint. So I think there might be something around social norming and being a good neighbor and responsibility versus the municipal enforcement actually implementing the follow-up around sidewalk clearing. And I think they're two different things. I'm not sure the norming is part of the bylaw conversation.
And I think that when lots are being redeveloped as well, there's a misunderstanding as to whose responsibility it is to actually shovel the walk. So there can maybe be some work in future on that as well, because there's been a lot of houses coming down in that neighborhood. So, thank you.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. So a quick search shows me City of Calgary, for example, does 24 hours after a snowfall ends. I think that you may, in a year, be coming back with this bylaw for changes and updates to it, since it's new, and you know, once we put it out there, we tend to amend and change things to improve it. I think this might be a good thing to look at from an administrative perspective for equity, diversity, and inclusion. But I'm not proposing to change it now, but that's just my only point. Thanks.
Councillor Mera?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miller. I was looking on item 39, some clarification, as in my neighborhood. and you may not have seen it or see it, there's a lot of people that shovel their snow onto the roadway and create little mountains. I know that one streets in specific that you go along and you can't drive except for down the middle because both sides have mounds of snow. Now, that's not allowed, correct? I'm just looking for clarification.
Correct, that's not allowed.
Okay. And what about different businesses that scrape their shovel their sidewalk and put it onto the main roadway? That is not allowed also.
That's not allowed either. Now, our Streets and Roads team, they try to work out a schedule so that sometimes they might say, can you please just put it on the roadway because we're coming by? So they try to work with some of the timing so that it's more efficient overall, but it is generally not allowed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Graham.
I'm just looking through, what is the penalty for not shoveling your sidewalk? Is it 250 for the first offense?
If it's not listed in the schedule, it's 250, but.
Okay. And is that what if we were to double that for the first offense?
Then it would,
It would be double.
Then it would be 500.
Yeah, I wonder if the timing isn't so much the issue for some folks as the penalty is too affordable.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that increasing the penalty on this is going to be the deterrent that we're looking for. I think first and foremost, it's that education piece of making sure people understand why it's important to shovel your sidewalks. And perhaps there's more that we can do to help with that messaging. But I would just caution that if we increase the penalty on that one, as I mentioned earlier, there are folks who don't have the capacity themselves to shovel their walk, whether they be elderly, they be disabled or have a disability or something else. Maybe they're a young mom who is stuck at home with an infant and they can't get outside. Like, I just would caution against that because I can see a lot of reasons why people might not have the ability to shovel the walk immediately themselves and may need to reach out for help. So I don't see it as being a big deterrent. Sometimes there's other reasons that people can't shovel their walks right away.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Okay, Councillor McCallum, did you have another question? Okay. All right, I don't see any other questions from this part, so let's turn our attention to property maintenance.
Perfect. The property maintenance section. So this section is new. Well-kept neighborhoods increase the quality of life, play an important part in crime prevention, and can protect the environment and wildlife. Residents and owners should be able to enjoy their property within the community without being concerned about accumulation of waste, construction materials, and other potentially hazardous materials on neighboring or adjacent properties. While there are provisions to enforce against unsightly or dangerous properties under Section 545, 546 of the Municipal Government Act, the vague language and unclear standards or expectations can make it difficult to enforce. The intent of this bylaw is to create standards as to what property maintenance is expected in order to create a safe and livable community for all. There are three main parts to the property maintenance section of this bylaw. The first has provisions for the accumulation of materials. This could include everything from animal feces to household furniture to hazardous or toxic substances. The accumulation of materials on a property is not only unsightly and detracts from the enjoyment of the community by neighbors, it can also be a significant safety hazard. Appliances in outdoor locations are not allowed in this bylaw unless measures have been taken to prevent the opening and closing of the appliance. Appliances include refrigerators, freezers, and other like appliances. There are two main reasons for this. The first being that an outdoor appliance can be a wildlife attractant, and the second being that should someone, like a child, hide or go into the refrigerator or freezer, they may become entrapped. Exterior structures are expected to be in good repair and should not pose a health, safety, or fire hazard. Exterior structures include parts of the outdoor property, such as fences, retaining walls, or patios, exterior walls, roofs, window casings, exterior stairs or balconies, and protective and decorative finishes. These standards are put in place to protect the health and safety of property owners, of not only property owners, but the general public as well.
I had a question with regards to the section on appliances in outdoor locations. Recently come to my attention that perhaps there's a gap of some other things that might be dangerous in outdoor locations, such as potentially dangerous equipment, electric saws, knives, welding equipment, things like that. So I'm wondering, and you and I talked about this, so we've had this conversation, but I want to have this conversation publicly before I bring an amendment, about making amendment such as that heading, appliances in outdoor locations, be changed to equipment in outdoor locations, and then the following section be inserted after section 49, which is the end of that section, and then renumber the rest. And the section would read, no owner or occupant of a premises shall place, cause, or permit the placement of power tools or other potentially dangerous equipment in an outdoor location on the premises, except during active use for their intended purposes, unless secured so as not to be potentially dangerous. What are your thoughts around that? Is that a suitable addition from your perspective?
Yeah, I think it's a good fit into this bylaw. It addresses tools being left out that could either be stolen, attract criminal activity within the area, or could be picked up by someone else, might pose a danger to someone else. So I think that and that wording of making sure it's secured still allows for construction equipment to be left out on an active construction site as long as it's secured and not accessible. It makes good sense to put into the bylaw.
Great, thank you. Looking to see if there's any other, so heads up, I'm going to make that amendment. Any other questions on the property maintenance section? Councillor Mera.
There you go. Thank you. I'm just looking at 42B. Some people use I'm not sure if I'm using the right word, but I'm told it's cooking oil to run their vehicles, and they store this on their property. Would that fall under this 42B?
I think if they were storing it appropriately, we're more concerned with like motor oil being left out and open, accessible. If they had appropriate storage, I think that could be allowable within the bylaw.
Okay, I'm just curious, like a barrel with a lid on it outside of your garages would be acceptable?
Yes, it's more so like propane tanks being left out and kind of haphazardly jerry cans with gasoline being left out or other toxic materials. So I think that because...
Yeah, so 42B is attractant to wildlife.
If it was properly secured, like a grease bin, it would be allowable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this section? Councillor McCallum?
I remembered. I knew it would come back. So just further to Councillor Mera's question with regards to shoveling, I'm trying to understand like how it works in real life. So you have a commercial property on Main Street, or you have a property where there is no boulevard whatsoever, and we're asking people who generally have a small parcel of yard, landscaping, whatever, to keep their accumulated snow on that property. But if they have had no yard, say if you're on Main Street, where are they expected to store their snow? Are they expected to remove it themselves from downtown in like their pickup truck, or how does that work?
I don't have an answer to that one, because I wasn't really anticipating much questions on the snow and ice portion, since
it's just the sort of the reality on how the rule plays out. So we're asking people to do what's basically not possible.
I can look at that and
Perfect.
see if we have a recommendation for how we can change it or make an allowance for it. It might be a simple, depending on the circumstance.
Right. It's just tricky because I think about Main Street in particular, and I don't know where, if you're not allowed to store it on public property, then, and you don't have a lawn, and many of them are at a 0 lot line, where is that meant to go? I'm done. That was my only question.
Councillor Faubert.
Follow-up question, would not the power of the CAO to grant an exemption then come into play? Because the properties that fit into that category can then be identified, and then they wouldn't be in violation of the bylaw. I don't know.
Yeah, because we do have that currently written in there. So I can see if it's a bigger problem and then make a recommendation if we need to hand out like 1,000 permits to store snow on.
I will stop shoveling my snow on the road, I promise.
Thanks. And then if it is an ongoing problem and we're seeing that people cannot comply with the bylaw, I can bring forward another amendment.
Okay. I will move us forward because I don't see any other questions. Moving to Part 4, wildlife attractants.
So, wildlife attractants. With this proposed bylaw, we figured it was a good place to bring it in because it is a big part of our community. So Canmore continues to be a leader in managing human impacts on the environment. The updated wording around wildlife attractants will allow for greater clarity, ease of enforcement, and stricter rules around wildlife attractants. The biggest change in this new community standards bylaw from the wildlife attractant bylaw is that new fruit-bearing vegetation that are wildlife attractants will not be allowed to be planted within Canmore. This is a departure from the current rules, which do not allow fruit to accumulate on 4 specific types of wildlife attractant trees and bushes, but do not prevent them from being planted. So with the enactment of this bylaw, fruit is still not allowed to accumulate on existing trees and bushes, but new fruit-bearing vegetation will also not be allowed. For clarity, the enactment of this bylaw does not mean that fruit-bearing vegetation that were previously planted must be immediately removed. We're not expecting the community to get rid of their previously planted vegetation, but we still want to ensure that the ripened fruit on the tree or bush is removed. So to use an example to explain why previous fruit-bearing vegetation can remain, if a speed zone changes from 50 kilometers an hour to, say, 30 kilometers an hour, you are not breaking the law when you were going 50 kilometers an hour the week before, just because the speed limit's now 30 kilometers an hour. So likewise, previously planted fruit-bearing vegetation may remain because when the vegetation was planted, the law did not, or the law allowed it. So again, the fruit from the vegetation cannot remain. And it's because it comes back every year, right? So the other big change is that the term wildlife attractant has been broadened to include garbage, refuse, food, or food waste, as well as fruit-bearing vegetation. The 4 biggest wildlife attractants are still included as examples within the bylaw. This includes crab apples, buffalo berry, choke cherries, and mountain ash. But by being less specific, the community peace officers can more easily enforce when there are wildlife attractants without needing a conservation officer or vegetation expert to attend the call with them. So this is a change to help us enforce, because we ran into that problem where we were asked for expert witness that we didn't have with us. And the experience and the knowing what a crabapple tree looks like was not the same. So we're trying to help the team out by being less specific so that they can actually enforce. This bylaw does not intend to stop the planting of residential fruit and vegetable gardens, but rather gives the CPOs the means to enforce and adapt to changing circumstances, such as this year with bears becoming more interested with dogwood due to low berry crops or potentially other vegetation. So with the enactment of the Community Standards Bylaw, the current wildlife bylaw will be repealed. Now, as mentioned, while new fruit-bearing vegetation will no longer be allowed, owners are still required to remove the fruit from existing vegetation. So I'm going to do a little plug here. The Biosphere Institute does have a free tool lending library available at their offices. The library consists of extendable fruit pickers, pruning shears, pole saws, and garbage pickers, all of which can aid in the removal of fruit from bushes and trees to adhere to the bylaw. This is especially important at this time of year. Fruit will start to ripen on trees, and bears will be looking for easily accessible food. Fruit is ripening, so now's the time to ensure it's removed so that the bears and our community are kept safe.
Thank you. I find a hockey stick works well too.
There you go.
Yeah.
Also free.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite gardening tools, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so around the wildlife attractants, and thank you for clarifying that it's not intended to, we're not all of a sudden coming after your fruit tree, although we certainly would encourage you to consider it, right?
Yeah.
But we're just really trying to put a cap on the problem so that there's no new, right?
Exactly.
Despite your explanation about, laws are in effect now, but they don't affect the past, I'm concerned that the wording of Section 55 creates a continuing offense, because if I had a tree planted yesterday and then this comes into effect and I'm still allowing it to be planted in my yard, that allow is problematic for me. So just out of an abundance of clarity, I am considering bringing a motion to add to the front of that except for fruit-bearing vegetation located on any premises at the time of coming into effect of this bylaw, comma, and then just the same. Do you have any concerns with that addition?
No concerns. I did bring, in one of the earlier drafts, I had similar wording in there, and the legal representative who enforces or prosecutes on municipal enforcement matters, she said it wasn't necessary, so she did take it out at that time. I think having that to allow to remain, that would be if we caught somebody who planted a tree, in 3 weeks from now, and then we didn't find out until a week later and we told them you have to remove your tree. I see that
I'm not concerned about the municipal enforcement's interpretation. I'm more concerned about the neighbor that gets freaked out because there was a bear in the tree that's been there for 20 years and then looks it up and says, you're allowing that to stay there and you're getting calls because of it. So I'm just trying to create.
Well, we do encourage them though to call us because it means that that tree was a wildlife attractant and did have the fruit.
No, I mean complain about the trees. Maybe wildlife has already been there and removed and now they're calling you because they want to get rid of their neighbor's tree. And this just helps illuminate that just by being abundantly clear.
Yeah, I don't think it would detract from.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the wildlife attractant section? Looking up there. Seeing none. Let's go to part 5. Let's talk graffiti prevention and abatement.
So, for graffiti, the Community Standards Bylaw will not allow the application of graffiti on property without an owner's consent. So this bylaw also clarifies that it's the owner's responsibility to remove the graffiti and puts the focus on remediation. So we occasionally get calls that graffiti has occurred on private property, and if it's against the consent, it's the property owner's responsibility to remove that graffiti.
So if graffiti happens on the back of somebody's garage, and it's really well done, and the owner actually goes, you know what, I like it, that's then, they've given consent, they're okay with that on their property?
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, they wouldn't have to remove it. Okay. Thank you. Any questions on that section? Councillor McCallum.
Just out of curiosity, are we having an increase in graffiti in the community on public spaces or private places?
The only graffiti that I'm aware of, but might defer to CST on this one, the only graffiti that I've been aware of has either been some of the protest graffiti that was posted recently this year, and there's ongoing challenges that we've had discussions about at the rec center and looking at some mitigation strategies because it creates an unsafe surface for the skate park bowl if graffiti happens within the bowl.
Oh, okay.
And you have to paint over it, then it loses some of its grip and becomes difficult. So it's hard to mediate. You pretty much have to sandblast it. So that's the only site that I'm hearing anything about.
Okay, thanks.
But anyone else? No?
Short-term parking for the 15 minutes in behind the Civic Center, town's going to have to replace a sign based on this, but it's got a nice tag on it. So.
Yeah. Well, and we're usually pretty good at finding those ones pretty quickly. The parking ambassadors have been excellent at highlighting things. But.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I guess that brings us to, let's talk human waste.
Let's talk human waste. I put a really nice picture on there. That's just... Human waste can pose a threat to the health and safety of the community and on the environment when deposited improperly in public. So including these new provisions within the Community Standards Bylaw enables peace officers to enforce against urination, defecation, and leaving human waste on municipal lands. The town's recent development of more public bathroom facilities supports our ability to provide enforcement on this issue. Done.
Any questions? Councillor Graham.
On the public washroom side of things, one of the things I certainly heard from the community is the lack of washrooms downtown core, various parks and whatnot. What have we added lately, and do we have plans to add more in the near future?
I am going to defer to my colleagues on this one.
Is, who on admin would like to take this? Washrooms downtown?
Nobody wants this one?
Dr. Cottle?
We need to look to find the answer to that. I appreciate that there's a thing in the report that references that we've increased it, but I'm not sure if it's relevant ultimately to council approving the bylaw. So we can get back to you with the number, but we don't have it at our fingertips right now.
Great, thank you.
Is there anything? We haven't approved this year's budget, so I was just thinking: is there anything coming forward that we are looking to add more facilities?
So once again, I think that this is a resource question,
Yeah.
Mr. Graham. So at budget time, you can bring that up. I think that it doesn't stop us from saying you shouldn't do any of those things on public places.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a please stop.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Is there anything that you would like to, or about orders and all the rest of it? I guess we.
Yeah, we can go through quickly if there's no more questions there.
Councillor.
So orders under the MGA are an additional enforcement tool that peace officers can take to address their concerns with dangerous or unsightly properties that may not be fully remedial through administrative penalties imposed by a municipality. So orders can require the responsible owner to take remedial action and can be registered on title to the property. The inclusion of guidance for the issuance of orders in the Community Standards Bylaw will help the town pursue remediation of properties that create ongoing concerns, ensure consistency during the issuance of orders by peace officers, and help the Enforcement Appeals Review Committee when tasked with reviewing an order. And alternatives, I'll just speak quickly to these. So a few alternatives were considered. The first was to simply maintain individual bylaws and not consolidate them into one. But the decision was made to consolidate the bylaws into one community standards bylaw for ease of administration and messaging around these types of rules and standards within the community. So again, all aspects of this bylaw help promote a safe and livable community. There was a lot of consideration given to whether or not decibel levels should be included in the bylaw at all. As mentioned previously, most enforcement of noise disturbance complaints is done through officer observations and witness statements, and overnight noise decibel levels were included to provide guidance on allowable noise levels. Consideration was also given to whether Section 26 of this bylaw should remain, and we kind of mentioned that earlier, ultimately for operational ease and to be able to respond to very unique circumstances. The provision to give the flexibility and discretion to the CAO remained. And lastly, consideration was given to whether nuisance fires should be included in the bylaw. Ultimately, nuisance fires were not included as they're difficult to enforce, given that most complaints are about the smell and not the smoke, and it's difficult to determine the reasonableness standard. The fire bylaw does address unsafe fires, and enforcement is done when there's an unsafe fire or a fire during a fire ban. So just a reminder, there is a fire ban right now, and the fine for having a fire right now is $2,000. So I know it's outside of this, but taking the opportunity, there's a fire ban.
It's not worth it on many levels.
Yeah.
Councillor Hillstad?
Just had a question about the Schedule A penalties and things. So one section, it's owner-occupier permit a vehicle located on a premise to emit noise which disturbs the peace of an individual. So I get it when someone's like actually on someone's property, like in a driveway or something, but what happens when they're just parked on a public street and they're just blasting their noise? Like, does that then technically fall to the town to get fined? Because with how that's written, that would be the town's premises.
Well, no, we wouldn't fine ourselves, but we would ask that person to stop. So it would be more so if you had somebody on the driveway that was blasting music on your property, and that was like, it does happen. So people sit in their cars and play music. And
So it is official. The town does not permit somebody to be on our streets blasting music like that.
Yes.
And we won't
There
fine
we go.
ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Graham?
Last one for me. What consultation with the public did this bylaw go through? I think it referenced that we talked to some groups and people. I'm just curious who we talked to about this bylaw and what sort of feedback we got.
So we talked to, for residents, we talked to some residents that live in areas that have frequent noise complaints. So we asked if this addressed some of their concerns. We let them know about it. We asked them to give their feedback to council if it met what they felt their needs were for the community. We also spoke with residents who have concerns with property maintenance challenges. So we didn't do a wide consultation, but we did talk to some of the problem areas, and we shared with people who get complaints against as well, so ahead of time, so that they could read it before today's presentation and submit their feedback as well. That was kind of after it was drafted, but during the drafting, we did talk to residents in affected areas that have numerous noise complaints and property maintenance complaints.
Thank you. Would it be prudent to go for a wider scope on a fairly significant document like this one?
Councillor Graham, I'd remind you that the vast majority of this is a consolidation of existing bylaws. There's a few new things, which Ms. Miller has spoken to, but for those new things, those impacted there has been some consultation. And so we wouldn't normally have a public hearing if we were going to update the noise bylaw. There would be some engagement ahead of time by administration, as has been already done. So really, I see, except for those few new things, most of it's already existing. Yeah,
I certainly appreciate that, but the wider public scrutiny is appreciated from my perspective.
Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Our public participation policy, I'm hoping that's the right term, wouldn't, this would be a piece that's probably more in the inform category than the engage. Part of what we're doing is, the noise bylaw is from 1997, and we are fully aware of what the drawbacks and the problems are, which is a huge part of what's being addressed here. It's the same with the properties and community standards in a neighborhood. Tanya Faubert mentioned it, and Ms. Hyden and I have actually been talking about this. I suspect part of, and then it is consolidation. So part of what may happen is that as we implement this new bylaw, we will continue to get feedback about where it is not appropriate, or we've missed the mark, or didn't anticipate unintended consequences. So it's possible, and now that the Municipal Enforcement and Protective Services Department is fully staffed, that this bylaw will be back to council for tweaks. I think we'll get better feedback through implementing it than this is a very difficult thing to do public consultation on. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but trying to roll it out when it's in the paper form versus how people experience it on the ground and then we get feedback tends to be more effective. So I do think we will get feedback once it's implemented, and then we will continue to be able to make tweaks and updates. And I think that will actually be more effective input than trying to do some kind of open house or community-wide survey on something that's theoretical. People have a hard time giving input on that until it's actually happening in their neighborhood.
Thank you, Dr. Cole. I appreciate the perspective.
Councillor Ma?
A quick question, Ms. Miller. When we're talking about vehicle noise, a lot of it seems to be in the situation where the vehicle is stationary, like say on someone's driveway or parked on a piece of property. What's the situation for vehicle noise created by a vehicle that's moving, such as, like, you know, guys revving their motorcycles? I hear this sometimes from constituents, like, oh, like the Harleys are coming down Main Street. Is that more in the spectrum of the RCMP, or is that falling under our municipal enforcement, just for clarity?
That's a really good question. So vehicle noise can be addressed through a community standards bylaw as well, or a traffic and road use bylaw. I kind of mentioned it earlier. Other municipalities use decibel meters to measure vehicle noise out on the streets, and they usually do bigger events for it, or they have stationary meters as well. One thing that we could do is a greater noise study that would be able to tell us what our ambient noise level is within town, which may make recommendations for what are acceptable noise levels, what we could propose as decibel levels within the community standards bylaw in the future. It could also make recommendations if there is a lot of vehicle traffic. So if we did a noise study that had traffic noise included in that, it would tell us both the ambient noise level, which would be helpful in just setting overall noise limits, but it would also be helpful in determining what other mitigation strategies can we do, because it could be creating sound barriers. Like, there's lots of ways that we could design things, and a noise study could make some recommendations that would address vehicle noise as well.
Okay, that sounds like it'd be a helpful initiative, just to understand the ambient and where we are for baseline and how often that's being disrupted. Okay, great.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for this body of work and pulling it all together, and the presentation and answering all of our questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move now that council give first reading to Community Standards Bylaw 2022-16. I'm going to move a couple of amendments. So I'll look to the clerk's office for assistance. The first one's going to be with regards to the equipment in outdoor locations. So it's insertion of a new section 50. It's the one that I provided about equipment in outdoor locations and a new section 50. Oh. Okay. Yep, no problem. Not that one, but nope, not that one. I would have sent it yesterday, late. Tell you what, let's do this one first. Let's do this one first, and perhaps Mr. Kelly can look in email. Unless, Ms. Miller, did I send it to the clerks? Okay, well, let's deal with this one first. So actually, I'm making an amendment then to insert at the beginning of section 55 the following wording: except for fruit-bearing vegetation located on any premises at the time of coming into effect of this bylaw, comma, and then it will just continue as it was, that those, the planting, installing, and placing of anything new will be prohibited. And sometimes, even if not absolutely necessary, it's important to include for clarity. And so I'd encourage this so that it's very clear that we have not just made your current apple tree prohibited. So I'd seek your support for this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to it? Councillor Faubert?
Thank you. I'll support this motion. I think while it might not be necessary in terms of prosecution, there's a lot of people out there who will pull up this bylaw and read it themselves before they ask a question, and this will help them understand where they sit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this amendment. And also as another public service announcement, if you do have a fruit-bearing tree in the community and you're looking to remove it, that can be subsidized. The cost, I think, is 50% to a maximum of $300. So if you're sitting on the fence trying to get that done, we can help you with that too. Thanks.
Okay, I just realized I need to forward this other one to, yeah. No, there we go. Okay, sent. Anyway, Councillor Hillstad, speaking to the amendment.
I will support the amendment. Again, just it does provide greater clarity for those reading the bylaw. Just makes it clear that, yeah, we're not saying you got to chop down those trees right this second. So,
Councillor Graham?
I'm wondering what happens when we revise this bylaw. Would that date move forward? Or is this a fixed date? But if we were to make any revisions to this bylaw in 2 years, does that date move forward?
I could put in a date specific.
I believe if we make changes to the bylaw, the bylaw comes into effect when it comes into effect, and then the changes would be the only future date would be for the changes that were made. So this date will be the date.
So it doesn't become a
Today's
new bylaw.
the day.
It doesn't become a new bylaw again when you make a revision. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that satisfies me. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert, did you have another? No? Okay. Any other speaking to the amendment? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And my apologies to the clerk's office for not providing them the previous wording. Hopefully you have it now and can cut and paste. Yeah. Well, it starts with that heading. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. That's why it's good that it's actually in that order, because then the numbering will change. Okay. Okay. So I want to I want to add to the end of that sentence, please, and it's going to be unless secured so as to not be potentially dangerous. And so speaking to this, okay, the motion is that heading, that that the heading, appliances in outdoor locations, be changed to equipment in outdoor locations, and the following section be inserted after section 49 and the subsequent sections renumbered. So it would be 50. No owner or occupant of a premises shall place, cause, or permit the placement of power tools or other potentially dangerous equipment in an outdoor location on the premises, except during active use for their intended purposes, unless secured so as to not be potentially dangerous. So speaking to this motion, as I discussed with Ms. Miller, I believe that there's a gap here. There's not just outdoor appliances, but there are other dangerous things. And we wouldn't want somebody just leaving their power saw lying around for some kid to explore, or some expensive equipment to attract people as for easy pickings for theft. And so I believe that this fills that gap. And as Ms. Miller indicated, she finds that this would be an acceptable addition. So I'd ask your support for this amendment. Would anybody like to speak to this amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. Councillor Hillstad, did you have an amendment you wanted to bring?
So I'll put forward the amendment that I spoke to during the presentation, just under exemptions and scope, section E, just changing province of Alberta to government of Alberta. So.
What section is that, sorry?
Yeah, it's section 26. 26E. It's all in the email I sent last night.
Okay.
Start with that one there.
Okay.
The other ones are
probably self-explanatory, so does anybody want to speak to that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And then in section 51, there's just a redundant C. Letter E has roofs, and then letter G has roofs and roof components. So basically just to remove E and renumber or re-letter the section.
Okay. So we'll wait. So basically, it's removal of section 51E.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
E.
Oh, a euro. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Anyone want to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And finally, just in the definitions under premise, last line just has some grammatical errors. It should say structures that may be owned, comma, occupied, comma, managed, comma, or controlled by an owner or occupier. Just, it's missing two commas in the B, so it just sounds weird. Yeah, that is on, here, let me go to it. It's the definitions.
Would the clerk's office recognize that as editorial?
It's probably just editorial,
Okay,
so.
that one's editorial? Okay, they've caught that one.
Yeah, so.
Cool. Thank you. Any other amendments to this proposed bylaw? Okay, returning back to the main motion then. We have first reading on the table as amended. I'll speak in favor of this bylaw. It is good to have it all in one place so that people don't have to be jumping around trying to figure out where cleaning sidewalks is versus wildlife attractants versus noise. And it is something that many municipalities are also doing, which I know just because others are doing doesn't make it right, but in this case it is, I believe. And so, I believe that we will continue to evolve over time. I am concerned, like has been expressed during the questions about having a lack of objective measure for noise so that there's clarity for those involved, particularly ongoing noise. However, having heard Ms. Miller's explanation of what the experience in other municipalities has been, and therefore having it reflected as such in the community standards, I'm comfortable with seeing how that goes. As we will also get feedback, as Ms. Cottle, or Dr. Cottle shared with us, and most of this being a consolidation and an update, a refreshing of old bylaws, I'm very comfortable to support this for first reading. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? First of all, Councillor Faubert.
I'm going to go on Jeopardy one day and win because I'm first to the button every time. I will support first reading of this bylaw. I think that a lot of really great hard work has gone into this from multiple departments, spearheaded by Protective Services. And this bylaw provides clarity not just to our residents around expectations, but clarity also to ourselves as a municipal government in terms of enforcement and what are the rules, and making it more clear so that when people call us to come and help them with something that they don't feel is meeting the standard of living in their community, we have some clear guidelines to help resolve those situations. I think noise in particular, it's one of those things where people think there's these rules out there that don't exist, and so you have this misunderstanding out there of like, this is the time, and this is, now we actually have very clear rules on noise, and rules that have been worked on to help address conflict points that currently exist in our community, and that, if successful, will improve the quality of life for people. And I think that's kind of, what it's all about. And I think that Ms. Miller was really good to point out how well doing all of, or everything in this bylaw fits into our strategic plan, right? So relationships, livability, and the environment. I'm also really happy that we're moving forward with prohibiting new fruit or wildlife attractant vegetation from being planted. I know I did come forward with just trees, and it went to a bit more broad, and I was a little worried because our bylaws identify trees as you have to remove the fruit, so I felt that the trees themselves were a higher level, like it were more identifiable as a wildlife attractant. But it's true, there are other things, and I think that when it comes to the language of the bylaw, it's written in a way that if there is something, bylaw or municipal enforcement will work with residents on it. It's not so much like you've done something wrong as it is, okay, this is something that is attracting wildlife and we need to regulate it. We need to talk about it. We regulate this in our community because this is a standard that we have. So thank you for all the hard work on this one.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting first reading. I believe that this is an excellent consolidation of many of the issues that we hear from constituents' concerns about. I have to say, when I read the first few sentences about noise, in Canmore, residents have the right not to be disturbed by noise and the responsibility not to make noise that disturbs others, I actually started to have a little bit of a panic attack. But then I remembered there's a difference between noise and sound. And so, I actually really quite enjoy the sound of my neighborhood. I enjoy hearing kids out on the street. I enjoy hearing people mow their lawn. I enjoy hearing people chat, laughter, game, you name it. Sometimes the odd drunken scream at 2 o'clock in the morning on the way home. It makes it like you're living the dream, like keeping it real, right? So I think the other night I was awoken by my neighbor who has a newborn baby and heard her across the road, and windows are open because it's cooking hot right now, and was really kind of worried that situations like that they wouldn't be having a bylaw officer show up at their door the next morning. But I guess I just have a bit of concern around the sanitization of our neighborhoods to a point where they're not neighborhoods anymore, they're just places where people sleep. So I really appreciate the piece in the bylaw with regards to chatting with your neighbor first, et cetera, and those kinds of recommendations, because I think that we need to do a lot more of that. And that speaks to building strong neighborhoods, which in my mind builds strong community. So I will be supporting this, and I just wanted to pontificate for 30 seconds. So, thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else? Councillor Ma.
I just think we got a really good baseline of amalgamation of all these other things in one spot, and there's probably a lot of hard work to do it, so thank you for doing that, Ms. Miller. Cheers. I'll be voting in support.
Councillor Hillstead.
I will also be voting in support. A lot of good work has gone into this. Everyone knows that noise bylaw needed to be updated. I think it's almost as old as I am. Yeah, so it's good work for here, and we're going to hear from the community that we missed something. We'll hear that, and we can always come back and make changes later. So that's a good start.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I too will be voting in support of this. As Councillor Hillside just mentioned, if there is places where we've missed the mark, if there are practical issues that come up over time, I'd very much like to hear from the public in regards to that, and if we can edit and change and make this even better, then I'm happy to do so in the future. Good work to administration on putting together a good document, and I think it's a good baseline for going forward. So thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, just before going to second reading, there's a couple of notes I just wanted to pass along more to the clerk's office. First of all, in the resulting changes to the traffic and road use bylaw, I see that we're taking out those sections and then just renumbering everything. And I'll just leave it to you to decide if that's appropriate, or if you want to be going with your repealed and then put the numbering. Okay. The other thing, while you're at it, in the traffic road bylaw, I'd ask you to please take a look at sections, well, it was section 100, it's now labeled as 89. There is some funky sub letters there. Yeah, under delegation of authority, there's a 01 instead of an H, and a capital G instead of a J, and a 0 instead of an L. So, yeah, yeah. Anyway, I forgot to bring those up earlier, so you caught those great. So now I'll move that council give second reading to the Community Standards Bylaw 2022-16. Councillor Faubert?
Oh, I'll just point out in section 63, J and L also are a different font. And there, it's a J is a G and L is a 0, italicized. Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Thank you. So second reading's on the table. Would anybody like to speak further to this bylaw? Councillor Hillstead?
The weird formatting continues on 64. It goes /X, comma, here.
Okay.
So just some more fun things.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Seeing no one wanting to speak to the motion, call the question on second reading. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give leave for third reading of Community Standards Bylaw 2022-16. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Community Standards Bylaw 2022-16. Would Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will now take a lunch break until 1:40. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Councillor Mara. To item G3, Clean Energy Improvement Tax Amending Bylaw. And so, welcome to council, Amy. Ms. Fournier, the podium is yours.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Crossert and members of council. I am here today to discuss a required bylaw update for our Clean Energy Improvement Program. So for today, I will go through the recommendation, and then I will provide some background on the Clean Energy Improvement Program. It has been a while since this has appeared at council, and since that time we've had new council members join, so it's an appropriate time to also provide the context for why this request is coming forward. Then I'll go into the reasons for needing to update the bylaw, and then invite any questions. The presentation that will be following mine is also in reference to the Clean Energy Improvement Program, so the background that I will provide will also provide some relevant content for that. So starting with the recommendation that council give first reading to Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2022-21 and schedule a public hearing for September 6, 2022. At this time, I also need to highlight a small error in the staff request for decision report that went forward. Initially, we had intended to bring forward an amending bylaw. There was a last-minute change to bring forward a new bylaw and repeal the old one, which is the procedure that we are doing now. The staff report wasn't fully updated to reflect that. So any reference to the term, or any time you see the term amending, that should be disregarded in the staff report. There also is a reference to a red line document that should be disregarded. The number of changes made the red line document rather unwieldy and unclear to read, and so it was decided that it was cleaner to bring a new bylaw forward and repeal the old one.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and apologies for that confusion. CEIP, or the Clean Energy Improvement Program, is Alberta's version of PACE, or the Property Assessed Clean Energy. You will see these two terms used synonymously. CEIP, or PACE, is a financing mechanism for renewable energy and energy-efficient upgrades for existing buildings. CEIP involves upfront loans generally provided by the municipality in partnership with a third-party lender, repaid through a property owner's property tax. CEIP is very different than a traditional bank loan in that the debt will stay with the property when sold, not the owner. The new owner will reassume or assume the payment obligation. This is because the new owner is also enjoying the benefits of the improvements, namely reduced energy bills. The loan terms for CEIP are based on the estimated useful life of the improvement. So for example, if somebody goes through CEIP and they get a loan for a energy efficient hot water heater, that energy efficient hot water heater has been estimated to have a useful life of 15 years. That defines the maximum loan term. The intent is that the property owner is only paying for that improvement as long as that improvement is providing an energy savings benefit. Lastly, the reason for CEIP or PACE programs is that they provide energy reduction, which provide greenhouse gas emission reduction. They also provide benefits for homeowners, reduced energy costs, as well as in some cases, home comfort. For example, a well-insulated home with high-efficiency windows and doors will be a lot more comfortable in cold or really warm weather. Lastly, they provide economic development opportunities in the increased work for trades. So this is the background for CEIP and how it came to be. Prior to April 2018, CEIP was actually not legal in Alberta. Municipalities could not do a program like this. The provincial government at that time brought in Bill 10, an act to enable clean energy improvements, and this enabled municipalities to establish local programs. In 2018, later on, town council at the time expressed interest in participation in a PACE program through this motion. When the Climate Change Action Plan was approved in December 4th of 2018, considering a PACE bylaw and program was one of the actions in the Climate Change Action Plan. So this is where this has come from. In 2020, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities launched a very significant funding program to help municipalities across the country deliver these types of energy financing programs. It's called the Community Energy Financing Initiative. One of the streams in this program provides 80% of the capital funding required for a municipal program for a 4-year term. Then on December 1st, 2020, the original bylaw, Canmore's Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2020-26, was passed. The reason that bylaw was passed is because it's required by provincial legislation. Municipalities cannot have a SEEP program without a SEEP bylaw. The provincial legislation also dictates the specific items that need to be included in a local bylaw. The bylaw is also required for the FCM, Community Energy Financing Program. Municipalities have to demonstrate that they have the legal authority to enact a local program. One important note I wanted to make is that while our program is only focused right now on residential, our bylaw enables both residential and commercial SEEP. In Alberta, the Alberta Municipal Services Corporation, or Alberta Municipalities, is the provincial program administrator. This has been dictated by the Minister of Environment and Parks. The role of the program administrator is to support communities to develop and deliver programs. So what this looked like for us so far has been support in applying for the FCM funding, which we have successfully been awarded. They provided a market uptake study, so this was helped to anticipate what kind of numbers we could anticipate for our program, and it was a requirement to be able to apply for the funding, to know how much money we would need for these SEEP loans. They are helping to design the program. They are kind of a liaison with the provincial legislation and making sure that our program, terms and conditions, our bylaw is meeting that legislation. They had actually, or their staff had provided the original bylaw template of what should be in there. Having them as a provincial program administrator helps provide consistency across Alberta so that different programs in different municipalities look fairly similar. Edmonton, Devon, and Rocky Mountain House have recently launched SEEP in their communities. They are the first in Alberta. We're benefiting from the lessons learned from those communities through working with the Alberta municipalities. We are in kind of a group of municipalities that are kind of close to launch. There are also a number of municipalities who are in the early stages of trying to get programs up and running. Alberta municipalities will be the point of contact for residents and contractors. So they apply to the program through them, and Alberta municipalities is also the one who will be working with contractors and getting them paid. We will not have direct contact with residents or contractors at the staff level. Mirroring the FCM funding, the focus first with Alberta municipalities is on residential, though they do have some staff that are starting to work on the commercial stream. What our SEEP will look like is approximately 62 loans for residential only for the first 4 years. Again, that 4 years is because of the FCM funding term that we have. This is about 14 to 18 SEEP loans per year at an average of about $24,500. The external funding for our program is coming from the FCM Community Efficiency Finance Program through a grant and a loan, as well as matching funding. So FCM requires matching funding for their programs. So our matching funding is going to come via a financial institution. The next presentation is going into detail about this aspect, so I will not go into any more detail about this at this time. The staff that are developing this program, including myself, we've been working on this for quite a long time. It is a complex program. It is very new for municipalities, a very different approach, and a number of partners. And it's been a big piece of work in progress, and we are aiming for a November launch. The reason I'm coming forward today with this request for the new updated bylaw, there were 3 kind of more significant changes and then a number of very minor editorial updates. The first one is that at the time the original bylaw was approved in 2020, the designated program administrator was the Municipal Climate Change Action Center. That has since been changed by the Minister of Environment and Parks to Alberta municipalities. The next was that at the time, it was thought that the loan term could be based on a weighted average of the estimated useful lives of the improvements. But since that time, it has been determined that that is not the case. The loan terms have to be based on the individual estimated useful lives of the improvements. So that just means if somebody gets solar panels, a smart thermostat, and a gas furnace, all of those have different estimated useful lives, so we can't average them. They're actually paying for 15 years for one, 25 years for the other. So that was an important change that needed to be made before we launched. Lastly, there's a borrowing bylaw coming forward in the next presentation. We needed to match the maximum interest rate between that's coming forward, so the two bylaws were consistent. At the same time that we were coming forward, Alberta municipality staff recommended a number of small changes, mainly to align the language in our bylaw to the language in the provincial legislation. Just a quick example is, in our original bylaw, we referred to commercial properties, whereas in the provincial legislation, they say non-residential. So this is the example of the types of changes. So small, but there were numerous. And there was also some clarifying edits that were made. So with that, I'll restate the recommendation that Council give first reading to Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2022-21 and schedule a public hearing for September 6, 2022. With that, invite any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Fournier, for your presentation. And so just to confirm what I heard you say, the reason that the town will be seeking a borrowing bylaw and getting up to the $2 million budget is that we're required to have a 20%, we have to provide 20% of the budget financing, and then the other comes from the green funding?
Yes and no. So the FCM money is coming to us in the form of a loan and a grant.
Yep.
So the borrowing bylaw is needed also for that FCM loan.
Right.
And in addition to the FCM loan, we need the 20% matching
But
financing.
that's the requirement, is 20%?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
requirement by FCM. So our borrowing bylaw enables us both to borrow money from FCM as well as the
Great.
financial institution.
Great. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Is this applicable to multifamily development or just single detached dwellings?
Yeah, there is a definition, and it follows the Natural Resources Canada definition, so small multifamily.
Okay.
And then there's a certain size where it bumps up, and it will be the non-residential.
And then you talked about the interest rate matching between the borrowing bylaw and the bylaw, but the bylaw approved 2 years ago had an interest rate at 5%, and now it's at 7%.
Yes.
That seems more than what interest rates have gone up.
Yes, may I defer that question to the next presentation, or potentially, if that's okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one will go into more detail about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Looking to Councillor Graham.
I'm wondering why we're scheduling a public hearing for this bylaw, but not the previous bylaw.
May I defer?
You may.
Ms. Hyde.
The MGA requires a public hearing for this particular bylaw.
Yeah.
The Clean Energy Improvement Tax, because it's a tax is what I'm thinking, right? But the MGA actually spells it out.
It gives us taxing power.
That's about as good as an answer as we can get. Okay.
So the MGA is specifically saying in this particular instance, we require a public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Fournier, here it says annual maximum amount is 400,000 residential and $1 million for non-residential. So if the program gets really good uptake, are those sums going to be repeated for the whole 4 years? So like 400,000 times 4 and $1 million times 4? Okay. And okay, that was my question. Thank you. I didn't know if that applied for the whole term or if that was the actual yearly.
Yes, I
amount.
believe that clause was removed in the new bylaw, the $400,000 maximum. So that was in the original bylaw.
Okay.
Yeah, And just for...
So that no longer applies?
Yeah, so it will apply for the first 4 years. So it will be a maximum, like, you know, the number will fall under. It is just under $400,000 a year that we're estimating that we provide in the form of loans for the first 4 years, but that was removed. And part of that was to provide flexibility for future years and avoid any confusion between the commercial program and the residential program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So right now it's capped by nature of the funding that we have for the first 4 years, but removing it provides a little bit more flexibility into the future.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the council give first reading to Clean Energy Improvement Tax amending bylaw 2022-21 and schedule a public hearing for September 6, 2022. I am excited about this program. And even though this is a replacement to the previous one, it incorporates the improvements, so of course I'm supportive of that, and I'm excited for this program ultimately to be rolled out. I think it's an excellent opportunity for people to access changes they want to, but are fiscally restrained from doing so. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G4, borrowing bylaw 2022-20 for Clean Energy Improvement Program.
Include the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. All right. So, I'm just getting to the right spot here. You'll help me with your, I know your first name is Pelkey. How do you pronounce the last name? Biswa?
Biswas.
Biswas?
As it says.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Biswas,
Yes,
welcome to
that's correct.
council.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Following the Clean Energy Improvement Bylaw Amendment, I'm here to present the borrowing bylaw for the program. Oops. Yeah. Okay, starting with the recommendation that Council give first reading to the borrowing bylaw 2022-20 for the Clean Energy Improvement Program. So as Ms. Fournier indicated, the C bylaw outlines the intent of the town to make a borrowing for the purpose of financing clean energy improvements and authorizes council to improvise a tax raise revenue to pay the amount borrowed by the town of fund improvements. So over the course of 4 years, the town will borrow funds totaling up to $1.5 million from a financial institution and the Green Municipal Fund. So on this slide, I've shown some projected costs for the program startup and implementation over 4 years, which amounts to approximately a little over $2 million and is funded as shown on the slide. So the bylaw request in front of you today is for borrowing $1.1 million in interest-free loan from FCM and $400,000 of debt financing from our financial institution using our line of credit at a prime rate for a total of $1.5 million of borrowing that's required for this program. And I can answer Councillor's question here, is the prime rate has gone up significantly, and therefore the increase from 5 to a max of 7% of interest rate, which is in line with our other borrowing bylaws. So that's why. A quick glance at our debt statistics and how much room we have before we reach the debt borrowing ceiling. So the black line in this graph is our internal debt limit at 70% of the MGA red line limit. So currently, as you can see, we are at about 50% of the total debt borrowing limit, and therefore well below both the limits, including this debt that we will take for this program. So the timeline for this bylaw to be valid, the borrowing bylaw has to be advertised for 2 consecutive weeks on August 25th and September 1st. I will be back at the council table for the 2nd and 3rd readings on October 4th. Once the advertisements are done, the petition period is complete. A month later, the bylaw is valid and the program launch will occur. So with that, I'd like to end the recommendation again that Council give first reading to the borrowing bylaw 2022-20 for the Clean Energy Improvement Program. And any questions that you may have on the funding, on the borrowing.
Ms. Biswas, thank you very much for your presentation, for asking Council if they have any questions. Just to confirm, and just so it's stated out loud, between the two presentations, what we're really talking about is a mechanism by which residents can access green energy improvements, but it's actually not at a cost to property taxpayers as a whole, because the repayment by residents is what covers the debt payments, correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. And with that, I will open up to questions from Council. Councillor Faubert.
So I just want to make sure I understand it. So we're borrowing the money at an interest rate up to 7%, and we're lending it to residents at an interest rate of up to 7%.
So it'll be the same interest as we borrow it at.
Yeah,
It'll be
okay,
passed on to the
perfect.
residents.
Sweet. That was, I just want to make sure.
And would it be blended then? Because there's grant, and then there's zero interest loan, and then whatever it's borrowed at. So the actual amount to the resident would be some
That's
blend
correct.
of that, so it's less
Yes.
than we. Okay.
It'll be a blended rate of
Yeah.
the 73 and a 35, like
Right.
a total of 100, but a combination of a grant and a loan. Yes, that's
Perfect,
correct.
thank you. Councillor Graham?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering if we didn't use debt and we used reserves for this, would we pass that savings on to the applications?
Through the chair, you want it cost neutral to the town.
Yeah,
So you don't want to be using your
Yeah.
reserves for.
Let me take so I would think the answer would be yes, based on
Yes.
what it's read, but that would tie up our reserves
Correct,
for up to 25 years.
correct, for future improvements, et
Yeah,
cetera.
so it's better to use the debt financing than our reserves, so it's not tied up.
That's correct.
Does that make sense, Councillor Graham?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think there's a couple ways to look at this one, as to which is better, but, and if anybody should default on these loans, what happens? If an applicant should default on them, how do we recover our costs?
So it'll be recovered through the tax recovery process, right?
Yeah, it
Through the
goes
chair.
with,
Right.
it goes with the land, yeah.
Yeah. And it'll be
Right,
tied to the
yes.
property.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Brain moment.
Okay. Dr. Cobb, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'll just add, I appreciate your question, Councillor Graham, because if we were to use reserves, presumably there wouldn't be any interest rate then charged to the resident, right? But I also, as a resident who's looking at getting solar and looking forward to this program, the town will offer a better interest rate than I could borrow the money myself, or if you've had to remove money from like a retirement savings program, for example, if you didn't have the cash in hand as a resident, the penalty you pay for early removal is also greater than the town's interest rate. So in some ways, unless the reserves would reduce it even further, but we're kind of the best deal in town if you don't have the cash at hand.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that for sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any other questions from Councillor Graham.
Sorry.
Going for
My
a
skull
do-
isn't
going
working
for
the
a
way it's supposed
do-over
to
or what?
today.
Yeah.
But no, if we should have to get excellent subscriptions to these programs, would we continue to use debt financing? And yeah, I guess what is our flexibility in increasing the program, and at what point in time would we not use debt to do this?
I think we're back to asking resource questions, because we are basically, there's a budget here and anything would have to come back to us. Yeah. Ms. Fournier, do you have something?
Yeah, that may be the case. We may be oversubscribed. Part of this is trying to not, overborrow. And I think the recommendation is to stay with the first 4 years. There's going to be a lot of learnings in the first 4 years, so I guess the answer is bigger than just the answer you're actually seeking. It will require a lot of staff resources as well. So if we're looking at program expansion, we can look to after the FCM funding is all complete, because then we would need likely a third-party lender, a financial institution, to do the full amount, and we could be looking at larger amounts. So that is a question that we will need to consider holistically once we're a little bit farther into the program, because it's not just the amount of money we have, it's also the staff resources required to run the program for expansion.
And I expect that FCM and the powers that be will also be looking over those 4 years to see how it impacts and whether there's more money coming in future years. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think that PACE has proven out in the United States that really it's large financial institutions that are the big lenders for this type of program. So we'll have to see how that evolves in Canada as well.
Great.
I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Rogers, did you want to add something?
I was just going to add that the way the program is structured now, the money is flowing through the town, and in what the question that we're answering for future would really make us like a bank, and we would be then using our reserves to loan money, which is a really completely different approach, and something we would need to investigate quite thoroughly if that's actually how we want to proceed. So it shifts from flow-through, where we're the administrator of that money and helping residents access funding, to us being the lender, using our own money to lend out. So it's quite a different approach.
Great, thank you for that. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will move that council give first reading to borrowing bylaw 2022-20. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstad.
We'll support first reading of this borrowing bylaw. It's kind of essential to make the whole thing go around. Would just note that there was a small typo in the borrowing bylaw. Just said small typo, which is being taken care of. So
great, thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Well, I think this is a great program, and it's great that we have partnership with FCM and that we're refining the financial details, et cetera. I think that there's a real appetite amongst Canmore residents and Canadians in general for this kind of a program that helps them do the right thing and improve their homes, make them more energy efficient, which helps them combat climate change, but at the same time do it in a way that's scalable, that they don't have to put all of their financial eggs in one basket, and that they can push it forward, much like the sidewalk that was installed in my house 10 years ago and I get to pay off next year finally. So I'm happy to support this. I really appreciate the clear information provided by administration on how this is financed. And I look forward to, we should get maybe little billboards like, I subscribe to PACE, or not PACE, SEEP, just to see how it proliferates through town. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see it roll out. Thank you.
I agree. Any other councillors wish to speak? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have item G5, increasing membership of the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Dr. Carl, you have this one.
I do. Miss Smithers is away on a well-deserved vacation, and so I am filling in for her. And I'm here to ask for 3 readings, and the MGA does not require a public hearing for Councillor Graham, on the SDAB, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board bylaw. So as you know, coming up in October, we'll have your annual organizational meeting where you appoint community members to boards and committees. And so we're asking for permission or for this approval today in advance of advertising. What we're finding is that we're having a significant increase in SDAB appeals. And with a limited number of people on that board, it's making it really challenging. There's a significant workload, and it's been a lot of work for those folks. So we have consulted with the chair and the vice chair and are asking that we increase the number of people that we can appoint to the SDAB. We won't necessarily increase the number of people who sit for any particular hearing, but just want to increase the pool of folks that we have to draw from so that we can reduce the workload a bit and still meet the requirements of the MGA. And we're also making some changes so that there can be a second vice chair, again, just to be able to manage the meeting and not have an onerous workload on any particular member. So that's it, unless there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Faubert.
Yes. Any particular reason why there's more appeals? Is it more, and what are the nature of the appeals? Appeal against an approval or appeal against a refusal?
Yes, I believe it's both. Ms. Miller maybe will be able to speak to this better than I.
Yes, Ms. Miller.
Yes, the nature of the appeals, I'd say frankly that maybe people have come out of COVID and have had 2 years to observe what's happening in their neighborhoods and now would like to take an opportunity to voice their concerns about some of the things that they're observing. So most of the appeals that we've seen to date have been in response to an approval, so a development permit approval, which under the MGA gives impacted parties the opportunity to file an appeal. We're not seeing appeals with regard to subdivision approvals. These are primarily associated with development approvals in residential areas.
So it's not necessarily the applicant, it's affected parties.
It is typically neighbors.
Excellent. Thank you. That helps me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for any other questions? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to find the spot in the, I'm not sure if I noticed it before and I should have written it down. It's about how the board is appointed. So it speaks to one councillor when we know that there's actually a councillor and then a backup. But I'm wondering if that needs to be articulated in the bylaw itself, and I'm looking for it while I'm talking to you at the same time, which is not.
Yeah, it says there has to be 10 and 1 under the new proposed one.
Right.
I don't think that we need to, for the backup, that we would need to, that's council's choice.
Right.
But the thing is, there can never be more.
More than one
councillor.
councillor.
The primary and the
on a
backup
panel.
sitting at the same time.
Exactly. No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, yeah, just the way I read it when I read it, and again, I didn't write it down.
Are you thinking, go ahead. We haven't made a change to that in the bylaw. The only change we've made has been around membership, the number of people and vice chair. But in the staff report, I did notice we refer to the 2 councillors, and then the bylaw only refers to the one. That may be where the confusion comes from. But I think, as Mayor Krauser just explained, the bylaw speaks to only one sitting at any particular time.
So you could appoint tons of councillors
You could
to
all
this,
7
but
be
is only
appointed if you
one
wanted.
permitted per panel.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was understood to everybody.
Yeah.
Perfect, that's all. Thank you.
Of course, our practical limit is that we also don't want to appoint people and then rob them from the, yeah. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And so I will move that council give first reading to Subdivision Development Appeal Board amending bylaw 2022-19. Speaking to this, these changes, I think they're excellent. Having been chair of the SDAB, first of all, it's good to have a greater pool to choose from, especially since the increased volume. But then setting the maximum number that will be on a panel is also very good, because even if it gets too large, it can be unwieldy and it becomes a more cumbersome decision-making process. So I think that this really strikes a good balance of getting more members while still maintaining efficiency in the decision-making. Would anybody else like to speak to the first reading? Okay, Councillor McCallum and then Councillor Mara.
So I have not sat on SDAB as long as Councillor Mara has, but I would say that these are really excellent changes. I can tell you that we have a very committed SDAB. They have been taking on multiple appeals and juggling their own personal lives as well as this work, and doing an excellent job, and in my opinion, making excellent decisions. So I'm completely in support of these changes and thank administration for being pragmatic and proactive.
Thank you. Councillor Mara.
Thank you. I echo what Councillor McCallum has just said. Being on part of this panel, I've seen, I guess, sort of the stresses of, well, here's another hearing coming from the members that we do have, but they've been very accommodating. I'm very happy with what's going on, but it would be nice to actually let them have a little reprieve also. So I'm very in favor of this. I guess it's a bylaw? No.
Yes.
Amendment. Yeah.
Bylaw, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Hillstead.
I will also support this. Again, it comes to the fact that we're changing with the times. Since we're seeing more appeals happen and we're seeing that bit of burnout, it just makes sense to do. So I'm happy that this came forward.
Great. All right. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give second reading to Subdivision and Development Appeal Board amending Bylaw 2022-19. Would anybody like to speak to second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now ask the Council give leave for third reading of Subdivision and Development Appeal Board amending Bylaw 2022-19. Anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that Council give third reading to Subdivision and Development Appeal Board amending Bylaw 2022-19. Anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move on to new business. H1, amendment to assessment appeal fees, 91B Three Sister Drive. Ms. Dalrymple, welcome to Council.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As the Assessment Review Board Clerk for Canmore, I'm here before you today with a request from a complainant of multiple assessment appeals to reduce the appeal fees from 14 individual complaint fees to the equivalent of one filing fee. In April of this year, Core Hospitality Canmore Limited, represented by their director, filed official assessment complaints for 14 timeshare units at 91B Three Sisters Drive. The fee structure indicates a $650 appeal fee for each of these non-residential tax rolls, despite being all under the same ownership, property address, and of similar assessed values. Given that the total filing fees resulted in $9,100 for the 14 tax rolls that are proposed to be heard as one combined hearing, the complainant has submitted a request to amend the assessment appeal fees to be equal to a single appeal fee of $650. Per the written appeal from the complainant included in your agenda package, it states that as a small nonprofit organization facing a substantial tax increase, the appeal fees as set have become a significant financial burden. In the case of these appeals, correspondence with the complainant and the respondent has thus far been packaged under one lead tax roll, thus reducing the administrative work. Historically, the Assessment Review Board, or ARB, panel members are agreeable to granting the request that properties of the same location, value, and ownership can be heard as one hearing, with the presentation and evidence carried forward from one lead file to the remaining files. However, this would not be confirmed until requested by the parties as a preliminary matter at the first hearing. The complexity of assessment appeals varies greatly. On average, an assessment appeal that is followed through from the original filing to the written decision prepared by board members of a hearing would cost the municipality approximately $1,170. In the case where multiple tax rolls are consolidated into one hearing, the combined costs would be estimated at approximately $1,500. These costs are based on a very typical and standard file, and the final costs are dependent on the complexity of the files. These estimates would include the remuneration of the 3 board members, as well as the ARB clerk, but does not include any other administrative costs. The entire structure required to support the ARB appeal process is generally costly and time-consuming for the town. Board members and clerks need to be appointed and scheduled. Their required training is paid for by the town. Additionally, the costs of the assessor are built into the annual assessment contract costs. The assessor may have a great deal of written and phone correspondence with the complainants, as well as on-site inspections. They must prepare disclosure evidence for each appeal and represent the municipality at each of the hearings. These costs are paid to the assessor regardless of how many hearings end up moving forward each year. Likewise, there is significant internal administrative work that needs to occur regardless of the number of individual hearings for each year. Similar to other user pay areas of the town, the base rate fees are intended to pay for the infrastructure to support the services. For all assessment appeals, the appeal fees are refunded in full if the complainant withdraws the appeal prior to the hearing with an amended assessment confirmed by the assessor, or the complainant withdraws the appeal at least 2 weeks prior to the hearing without a change to the assessment, or the complainant is successful at a hearing and the assessment is therefore amended by the ARB panel. The only scenario in which these fees would not be refunded is if the complainant were to be unsuccessful at their hearing. While there are often efficiencies gained in consolidating multiple related appeals into one hearing, it does remain a decision of the ARB panel, and it's not always possible for the town to forecast the amount of work that will go into an appeal from the outset. In September 2017, in response to a similar request, Council amended the 2017 complaint fees for condominium corporation 0211484 to a total filing fee of $250 for all 39 appeals. The appeals were for 39 parking stalls in the same building, under the same ownership and of similar assessed value. Administration did support the amended filing fee at the time, given that the tax rolls were essentially treated as one appeal and were heard by the ARB in one hearing. However, after Council had granted this request to consolidate the fees, the complainant later appealed the ARB decision to the Alberta Court of Queen's Bench, resulting in significant legal fees for the town, as well as a second ARB hearing at our expense. The $250 appeal fee was insufficient to cover the administrative time and costs of ARB members related to the original hearing, let alone the significant internal costs associated with the additional steps in the proceedings that followed. For most assessment appeals, the maximum filing fee as prescribed by the MGA do not adequately cover the time and resources required of the municipality and the ARB members. When costs are not recovered through the filing fees, they are instead borne by all Canmore taxpayers, rather than being applied directly to those property owners appealing their assessments. It is, however, within the jurisdiction of Council to reduce these appeal fees. 2 alternatives have been included in your agenda package, and while administration is not recommending either of the following alternatives, Council may choose to either 1, consolidate the appeal fees to a single appeal fee of $650 as requested by the complainant, given that the workload of the town is reduced compared with the 14 independent appeals. This could, however, leave the town at risk of reduced cost recovery for the ARB services. Or number 2, amend the appeal fees to at least $1,500 or more, which would help the town to recover some of the costs for the ARB services. The financial impact for each of these alternatives, as listed in the agenda report, range from $7,600 to $8,450 as a refund to the complainant, with a minimum of $850 of that refund reflecting the uncollected hard costs related to these specific files. The final hard cost would not be known until these appeals are completed and files closed. Given the negative impact to the town's ability to recover the costs associated with administrating the overall ARB services, as well as the fact that we do not yet know the total time and resources to be spent on these specific appeals, administration does not support reducing the appeal fees for these assessment complaints. And at this time, I'd like to invite any questions you might have for me.
Thank you, Ms. Dalrymple. Any questions? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. In the report, the owner refers to the fact that the development or the corporation is a not-for-profit.
Mhm.
Did they provide any paperwork to support that claim?
No, I didn't ask for that.
I just, it's kind of
trying to understand how
strange. Does it not turn profit, or is it a not-for-profit, which are two different things?
Right.
Anyways, thank you. That's all I was curious of.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Ma.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Dalrymple. Of these 14 units here and the nature of their appeal, are they all quite similar, or are some of them a little bit different, or?
Yeah, they're noted to be quite similar, and all the evidence being prepared and all the back and forth has been all under the same vein. It would all be the same argument.
Same narrative and stuff?
Exactly.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to move that council uphold the 2022 complaint fees for the tax rolls at 91B Three Sisters Drive at $650 per tax roll for 14 of the assessment complaints filed, for a total of $9,100. I don't have any appetite to offer a reduction. I think our history shows once bit, twice shy, and I can't see how basically subsidizing this appeal more than we already do with the rates is in the community best interest. Councillor Hillstead.
I would agree in upholding the current situation as, like again, as you said, this history has shown, you know, there's not that we probably don't collect enough as it is with these kind of situations, and if they're successful, they'll get refunded anyway. So it's really not like there's a good chance. There's more options to get refunded than there are to not get refunded. So I'm happy upholding it as it is.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to hold it as is. As was articulated in the staff report and in the presentation, if the appellant wins the appeal, then they will receive all those dollars back. So they'll only be handed over for a short period of time, and with the sheer number of title that they're looking at, I'm guessing they're very confident in their appeal. So I expect that they're expecting to get their money back. And I expect that they would if they win. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Seeing no others, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move now to H2, Major Event Grant Policy. Ms. McClett, welcome to council.
Okay. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I am here to ask council to approve the major event grant policy as presented, and that council allocate retroactive, that council allow retroactive applications for the major events that have already taken place in 2022. Just to provide some history, in March of 2022, Council approved amendments to the community grant policy to allow community organizations and not-for-profits to apply for funding to support local and regional events. At the same time, Council directed administration to come back with a standalone major event grant policy to specifically address grant funding for national and international events. And additionally, in December of 2021, Mrs. Cottle provided a verbal report to Council that we would come back on the issue of legacy in-kind requests that often coincide with major events. For example, the use of the Civic Plaza, etc. So the event policy that we have brought before you look to address a number of elements that were identified in the presentation made by Ms. Brown at the time. And so generally major events have a planning period of 3 years. So often they seek multi-year funding, need them earlier than the year that they're actually delivering on their application. So on the former community grant funding, if you might remember, they had to apply the year that they were executing their event. And they often ask for our need to address in-kind donation requests. So the major grant policy identifies the definition of what makes a major event. So they're of limited duration, generate national and international participation in audiences, increase local tourism, have a strong possibility of impacting municipal operations, and generate international and national media coverage. So that's the definition that we applied to this granting process. In the evaluation criteria presented to Council, we look to align with the Council's strategic goals around livability, environment, and relationships, the regenerative tourism framework, and the economic development strategy. Based on those criteria, based on those elements, the evaluation criteria have been developed for this grant program. The grant is funded through the economic development budget, so through business registry, and this year allocated to that fund was $25,000. The grant funding available is what we're proposing is $15,000 per year over a maximum of 3 years. In-kind use of town facilities to carry out activities which will enhance the community benefit of the event, of course, if available, and that additional town services and supports for event execution will be invoiced as per the community event cost recovery pyramid. So for not-for-profits, who we are speaking about, if they're asking for, if they're charging an entrance fee, or if it's a free community event, it can be 25 to 50% of the cost to the town based on our master fee schedule. Also different than the community event is that we are proposing that they will be reviewed by an internal administration grant selection committee. This is a subset of the Community Event Review Committee. One of the reasons to do so is that events of this nature, as we identified earlier, at times will require more administrative support. Think of the art walk in the woods that was done for a regional, national, or a recent national pre-pandemic, and that requires staff time in order to do so. Having a town administration review will allow us to look at applications in the broader picture, knowing what's coming down the line, and also for budgeting accordingly to address the administrative impact of these events. We would ask Council to consider allowing us to apply this grant retroactively. We've had one national event take place this year, and they missed the grant deadlines because of delays in bringing this forward to Council. This would only be for this year and not going into 2023. We did engage with our national event and international event producers here in town, so the Alberta World Cup, the Mountain Bike World Cup, Biathlon World Cup, and as well as internal departments, as noted in the recommendation. So I have now short presentation, open to questions.
Great, thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you for the presentation. Under section 20, it says council is responsible for, and then I just note that the formatting gets crazy after 16. It just decides to go through the remainder of the alphabet. Just noticed that just now, because this is 20V, and I'm guessing it should be B, but anyways, it says allocating unused project funds that they wish directed somewhere other than reserves. So do the funds, are they supposed to automatically go to reserves, or should that just be that council is responsible for allocating unused project funds? I just don't get the part with the, if they wish them directed somewhere other than reserves. So just at what situation would they not come back to us, and then how does that work?
So economic development it has its own reserve. So in general, we would then request them to be reallocated to that reserve, unless council has a different plan for those funds and wants them to be reallocated elsewhere. Yeah. So that would come to council at the time.
Yeah, there wasn't anything within there saying that it would go back into a specific reserve, so I kind of assumed it was just going to go back into economic, but it just wasn't clear, so then I just got some clarity, so thank you.
Great, thank you. And the clerk's office did catch the subsection thing? Okay. Looking to council for any other questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod, for your presentation. I wonder if there was any thought given to the timing of said events. There are many folks that would argue our summer season is pretty full and pretty tapped. Are we looking to push these into shoulder seasons at all, or?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Graham. So in the evaluation criteria, higher points would be given to events that take place within our off-shoulder to deal with this sustainability and impact as addressed in the evaluation area.
Yeah, that's section 14F, subsection 1.
So, thank you very much.
Last call for questions. Oh, Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Just to clarify, we only have one retroactive application on the docket?
Yes, that I'm aware of.
Okay, clear.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. I will now move that council approve the major event grant policy as presented. I'm certainly going to support this. I think it gives a lot more clarity to the process. I also like the evaluation criteria, including our strategic planning goals. It's an excellent way to get to those sorts of things implemented and included in people's thought processes by making them part of what they need to address in order to get the funding. And of course, with these things, we always learn as we go also. So we can learn how this process works over the coming years, and if any changes are needed, we can address it at that time. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. Oh, Councillor Maw, go ahead.
I'm happy to support this. I think as Canmore continues, we'll only be having more major event applications. So by having a strong grant process that people can apply to, and that clarity will only help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maw. Seeing no one else, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council allow retroactive applications for major events that have already taken place in 2022. I think that this is since we already have the money budgeted and it was, the process took longer than met the applicant's timeline, I think that this is a good resolution to that. Anybody else like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move to H3, Family Connection Center Position Reclassification. Ms. Brown, welcome to Council.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, members of council, I'm here today to request approval for the reclassification of 2 Family Connection Center positions. But before I begin, and as background, I wanted to provide you with some historical context, just for information. Beginning in the early 2000s, the town of Canmore received provincial contract funding for Parent Link services across the Bow Valley. The Parent Link operated in Banff, Lake Louise, Exshaw, and Canmore, and provided early childhood development and social connection programs to families with children 0 to 6 years of age. As a contract, this program was considered a provincial program that was managed by the town. In 2019, the town of Canmore was notified that contract funding for all Parent Link programs across the province was ending, but organizations could apply for grant funding through a new funding model called the Family Resource Network. This was a competitive application process that required the creation of a new service delivery model. Within a 3-month time period, we created a new program based on community need, applied for provincial grant funding, and closed a Parent Link program. I want to give a huge shout out to the staff who were all laid off at the time, stayed with us to the end, and helped us close one program and build a new program. And they did this all during a pandemic. During this time, administration also met with council to understand their philosophy with respect to child development services. We asked, does council want to base service delivery on available grant funding, or does council want to define the service delivery level and organize municipal and grant funding to meet the service level? In this workshop, council stated that they would prefer that the town set the service delivery level. And through municipal budgeting process, council will allocate both grant and municipal funding to meet this service level. In March 2020, the town was awarded grant funding for 3 Family Resource Network services, and also referred to as FRN. These services were to be part of a larger Bow Valley network of services. The town of Banff was provided with funding for 1 Bow Valley service, and an organization in Calgary called Closer to Home received funding for another Bow Valley service. Because this transition was so significant, we allocated some grant funding to an evaluation expert from Ambrose University. The expert helped us assess this new program and made recommendations on ways to better meet community needs. So this brings me to present day, the creation of the Family Connection Center. So the Family Connection Center has evolved over the last 2.5 years. Originally, which was based on provincial direction, the team was considered a collection of independent services that were part of this larger Bow Valley network of services. Canmore services were the hub service, the service responsible for coordinating all Bow Valley network services, caregiver capacity building service, which was responsible for caregiver education for families with children 0 to 18 years of age, child development services, which was responsible for child development support and whole family one-on-one support for families with children 0 to 18 years of age. Banff received funding for social connection services, and Closer to Home received funding for home visitation. Because Canmore was not awarded funding for social connection, which was a popular drop-in stay-and-play program, the town reallocated municipal dollars that originally supported the Parent Link program to the social connection service, and this was not part of the network. So this chart here depicts Canmore services, which are in dark blue, Closer to Home services in green, and Banff services in maroon. One of the first areas of growth that the evaluation consultant highlighted was the need for supervision for the Canmore team. The services needed to be coordinated. The town staff needed to be supported and trained, and the social connection services needed to feel part of the town of Canmore. As a result, we adjusted our organization model to include a supervisor position, and the supervisor was responsible for leading Canmore services as well as connecting with other partner organizations who offer FRN services in the Bow Valley. Also based on the evaluation, we worked with partner organizations to create consistent data collection and communication processes. And we organized all Canmore services into one team, the Family Connection Center, which included FRN services and social connection services. Our final evaluation was completed this spring 2022. The final evaluation recommended that we focus on age-specific programming and that we increase supervision and accountability. To do this, we realized we needed to stop thinking about specific services that our program offers, but instead think about our service outcomes that we can collectively meet. This means that a given position can support several outcomes, and we can delineate different skill sets based on community need rather than by funding. So we are requesting permission to reclassify 2 positions so that all Family Connection Center staff work collectively to meet our program outcomes, which are social connection, caregiver capacity building, and child development. So the first position we are requesting to reclassify is Hub Program Assistant to be reclassified to Hub Coordinator. This position will be responsible for supporting all Family Connection Center data collection and data entry. This will help ensure that data meets provincial requirements while providing us with the information we need to make community-based program decisions. This position will work with FCC staff and book our casual program assistants as needed. So we currently have 3 casual program assistants. So that when we have programs like the Adventure Club, we can use program assistants to help support it. So they're not leading the program, but they're supporting the program. This position will also be professionally developed to act as a supervisor when the supervisor is out of office, and will be a part of the supervisor's succession plan for the team. And lastly, this position will provide additional direct service delivery support by supporting activities like grant applications, grant reporting, and sorry, my page cut out, so I can't remember what I wrote for the last thing.
It was good, though. Yeah.
It was important. The second one is caregiver capacity builder to family support worker. So we are also requesting that council approve reclassification to a second family support worker. With this position reclassification, we will no longer have 1 caregiver capacity builder and 1 child development worker, which we call a family support worker. Instead, we'll have 2 family support workers. And these positions will focus on different age groups. 1 will focus on families with children 0 to 6 years of age, and 1 will support families with children 7 to 18 years of age. We found that this skill set and the professional development needed was too broad for a staff member to focus from 0 to 18, so it really should be delineated based on age. Both positions will be responsible for child development, one-on-one whole family support, and caregiver education. So by reclassifying this position, we really are delineating based on community need and not just based on our funding. So in essence, we're asking you to help us define our service delivery level and then to organize municipal and provincial funding to meet this level. As this reclassification will cost about $7,000 annually, and it is coming from our municipal budget. Administration is requesting that council approve the reclassification of Family Connection Center positions, Hub Program Assistant to Program Coordinator, and Caregiver Capacity Builder to Family Support Worker. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown, for your presentation. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. I think I'll note, actually right now, normally a reclassification wouldn't come to council. It's only because of the multi-year funding that was put in the budgets, and it's really a very small increase, but because there's a budgetary impact, that's the reason that this reclassification came, but normally it would be dealt with internally. And Dr. Cottle?
Thanks for that, Mayor Crosthwaite. I'll just add to that. It also, Teresa and I are just saying it's kind of absurd that we're even doing this, but we also really wanted to do it because of the council motion about tracking provincial downloading. And so it's another form of that because our funding won't increase to account for the need for these changes that will ultimately be in the municipal tax dollar that funds this change. So we felt that it was important to be transparent about that in addition to the multi-year budget implication. If it were just the budget implication, we have enough slippage in our salaries, wages, and benefits that it wouldn't even be noticed. But when we break out this department in particular and look at the municipal contribution, it will have an impact. So it was really the combination of those two things.
Great, thank you. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will move that council approve the reclassification of the Family Connection Center positions, i.e. hub program assistant to a program coordinator and the caregiver capacity builder to a family support worker. This is a very small change monetarily, but an important change operationally, and so I will very much support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item H4, after which we'll take a break. I think that this will probably be quick.
Mayor Krausert and members of council, I'm here today to ask that council direct administration to send a formal letter to the Stoney Nakoda Nation requesting their input on renaming Indian Flats and Teepee Town. And I'm bringing, this is a subject that's come up many times. It's been brought up at council meetings. Councillor McCallum raised it when we were doing the Teepee Town ARP. Staff have raised it in various forms, and we hear from residents. We get emails or letters from residents requesting or asking, why aren't we changing the name? And what happens in each of those circumstances is we reach out, mostly via email or a phone call, to a member of the Stoney Nakoda administration, and sometimes we hear back from them, sometimes we don't, but it's not yet resulted in a name change. And you may recall that earlier this year we did a Stoney cultural education session with the town of Banff, and we specifically asked about this in advance of that session. And what we heard in that session is that it's not a priority for the nation, and we also heard that the nation is kind of overwhelmed with requests. And it really twigged for me in that session that what we're doing is adding to their workload in a way that actually ultimately isn't helping us advance what we're trying to do, because every time it comes up, it's an email or a phone call and so we thought it might be a better approach to write a letter letting them know that these concerns have been raised and that we're trying to be sensitive to what we call things and how we've named things, and we're very open to changing them, but we are also open to their timing at when and how and as they see fit. And so that would be the reason for the letter, is then when we hear from residents or it get raised, we can say it's with the nation, and when we're ready to move when it's a priority and they have the resources to do it, instead of sort of continually bothering them for something that isn't really a priority for them. You know, the other thing that we have looked at is we could just go ahead and change it, and we could try to come up with a name that we think is more culturally appropriate, or we could move away from both of those. In my understanding, places are named because of Indigenous history and use of the areas, and we could just erase that and name it something different, but both of those are equally problematic from administration's perspective alternatives. So this seemed like the best way to formally document the ask, but to stop contributing to workload for them. So that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Cottle, and I'm very happy that this has come forward because, of course, we've spoken about it a number of times, and out of that learning session that we had, it became very clear that that would be a nice way to proceed, or the proper way to proceed. So thank you for that. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. So I'll move that council direct administration to send a letter to the Stoney Nakoda Nation requesting their input on renaming Indian Flats and Teepee Town. Very easy to support this. Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I think it is really easy to support this, and I appreciate the format in which it's being done. It's publicly done, so the public knows that we're doing this, and that we've turned our mind to this, and that this isn't something that we're ignoring. And it leaves the task in the court of our neighbors to which it affects. And when they get around to it at their time and their priorities, they will address it with us. It also shows a willing heart and spirit on behalf of the town and community residents. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I'm happy to support this motion. I think that this is a very appropriate and respectful process within which we can begin to have the conversation, even if that conversation doesn't start today. You know, if we just took it upon ourselves to decide that a name isn't okay and to rename it ourselves, we're continuing to repeat the patterns of colonization and imperialism where we know better. Whereas taking the time and waiting until our Stoney Nakoda neighbors are ready to talk about these names is, I think, 100% in line with the spirit of the work that we're doing. And so I'm happy to support this, even if it may take years for us to get to this. And I think it's important for our community to know that, like, this is signaling that there's a conversation to be had. We're not having it yet, so they're not excluded in terms of something changing in their community, that time will come, and that we will get to have those conversations with the Stoney Nakoda and come up with a more respectful, hopefully, terminology moving forward. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
I too think this is a very easy one to support, and thank administration for their guidance and direction on this one. I look forward to hearing back from our neighbors and what they think of this this motion, and I think it's important too for the community at large to know that we are thinking about these things and that we are looking to address them if necessary and if appropriate. And I appreciate everybody's input there.
Thank you. Seeing no one else indicating they'd like to speak, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 3:15. we're now moving on to H5. Now, this is the last item before in camera, but H5 will actually, we'll have the presentation, then we're going to go in camera for legal advice purposes, and then we'll come out of camera and vote, make motions and vote, all right? And then we'll deal with K2 after that, okay? So media, at some point, we'll ask you to leave quick, but not yet, not yet. At some point, we'll ask you to leave, but we will be coming back to vote, okay? All right. So with that, Mr. Dryzczyk.
Dryzczyk.
Oh,
Adam
Dryzczyk.
Dryzczyk. That's fine.
Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor
Yeah.
and Council. Yeah, it's that's the anglicized version, so it's not an easy one.
Sorry, I messed up his first name too, Adam. No. Dryzczyk, Mr. Dryzczyk. Welcome to
Anyway.
council.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you all in person
And we'll look to you to advise at what point we should be going in camera to discuss certain things, but I'll let you guide us there.
Thank you, I will. And it will be anything that involves the giving or receiving of legal advice would go in. Well, this is a request for a decision, and it specifically concerns the Court of Queen Bench of Alberta decision, colloquially known as the Staircase Lands. This is Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Limited in Canmore, 2022 Alberta Queen's Bench 511. This is a separate legal matter from the other legal matters between the town of Canmore and Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Limited. The Staircase Lands is a parcel that I'll describe in more detail in the vicinity of Quarry Lake. Council, we are seeking a decision, and the administration's recommendation is that the town of Canmore implement a decision of the court through one of two following actions: either acquire the lands in question or redesignate the lands. And having decided to do one of those things, the administration is seeking further direction to report on detailed options for implementing the alternative chosen by council. So as a summary, the Staircase Lands are a single parcel of privately owned land owned by Three Sisters Mountain Village Properties Limited, approximately between Peaks Drive, which is the access road to the Peaks of Grassy neighborhood, and the access road to Quarry Lake. It's referred to as the Staircase Lands informally because if one was to look at the legal boundaries on the map, they would look like a series of triangles. This parcel is subject to split zoning under the current land use bylaw, which means that there's two different designations on it. The lower portion of the lands closest to Peaks Drive is zoned future development, and the upper portion closest to Quarry Lake is zoned a natural park district. In 2021, the landowner applied to the Court of Queen's Bench for an order that the town either acquire or redesignate the upper triangle of the Staircase Lands that's currently zoned as natural park district. So these remedies were sought specifically under 644 of the Municipal Government Act, which concerns land designated for public use. The court held that the current designation of natural park district on the upper triangle of the Staircase Lands fell within Section 644 of the Municipal Government Act and has ordered the town to either acquire or redesignate this portion of the lands. And the administration is recommending that council do one of those two things. Administration considered the option of appealing and is not recommending that option. In terms of relevant direction from council on this matter, really the only legislative instrument of council that's subject to this litigation is the land use bylaw designation on the upper portion of the Staircase Lands. The court and the MJBA refer to it as a designation. The land use bylaw calls it a district, and the common person might call it zoning. So you're free to use those terms interchangeably, but that's what the decision is about. The administration fielded the court application and responded to preserve its rights. Council was briefed on 2 occasions about the litigation. However, no resolutions were sought from council to change that direction, and the administration, with its external legal counsel, proceeded to court. The administration is now coming to council for next steps in the decision because both of these are matters within council's authority. Bylaw zoning, of course, only council can do. In land acquisition, even though this is not a conventional transaction, it is typically approved by council under the land transaction policy. So in terms of the planning and policy context, the decision of the court directing that the land be acquired or redesignated is really not counter to any of council's current plans, policies, or directions other than that one disputed bylaw designation. If one looks to the municipal development plan, the staircase lands area is identified for private recreation, and that's in contrast to the Quarry Lake area, which the municipal development plan identifies for open space. In contrast, if one looks to the open space and trails plan, there's consideration of the area in a broader sense, and the Quarry Lake concept plan, although it concerns the Quarry Lake lands proper, shows reference to some open space buffer in the area. So there's really, I should mention there's also another council-directed matter, which is a transaction to acquire an easement for municipal paved pathways in a number of areas, one of which is on the other end of the staircase lands closer to the peaks of Grassy. That transaction is unfinalized at this time. The staff report notes it being finalized, but in fact it's still with legal counsel to complete the details of that. So there are a number of council directions, plans, and policies that are relevant to council's decisions on the next steps going forward, notwithstanding that they were not subject to the court decision. This is an opportunity for council to provide some direction on an area where it may have been lacking in the past. In terms of analyzing the alternatives, first being to acquire the land, well, the first consideration would be in terms of use of the land. There are development constraints in the form of undermining, and council may wish to consider that the optimal use of the land going forward would be pretty consistent, potentially with what it's currently zoned for, being future development and natural park district. The administration has not explored the feasibility of remediating the land to enable other uses at this time. In terms of amount of land, the court has ordered the option of acquiring the upper triangle of the staircase lands. This is specifically the part zoned natural park district. If council were to direct acquisition of the entire parcel of land, this could go further towards implementing some of the policy direction that I previously flagged regarding trails, open space, connectivity. There's a bus stop to the Homesteads neighborhood in the middle of the parcel on the future development part that is not subject to the court decision. In terms of the nature of that land transaction, would require further exploration, likely including discussion between litigation counsel, and the court decision contemplates that the parties may return to court for further direction. So if resolving to acquire the lands, then council should accept those uncertainties or constraints around the potential use, recognize that further court proceedings may be necessary to determine the mechanics and practicalities of a land transaction, and if council sought to go beyond the baseline requirement of the court order and acquire the entire staircase parcel, that may involve further expropriation proceedings that haven't been explored yet. Again, we would need discussions between the parties' counsel to determine agreeability and need for third-party adjudication of that option. So any specific questions about the options of acquisitions and potential next steps should go in camera for legal advice under Section 27 of the FOIP Act. Option B, redesignate the land, so rezoning or redistricting. There are some options here, but ultimately council needs to consider that rezoning decision would need to serve to implement the court order. So although a land use bylaw amendment would be assumed to require a public hearing, council will be slightly more constrained in the options for rezoning than might typically be the case, and some consultation and involvement of the planning department would be warranted in the event that that was the preferred option. So a rough sketch of some options would be to redesignate as future development, which would put a single zoning over the entire parcel, align more with the municipal development plan, and presumably meet the direction of the court. If council were to prefer to put some kind of new designation over the natural park portion or the entire parcel, then that would require some further consideration. I'm not fully able to advise on that option. And then I guess the third would be to alter the details of the natural park district. That's not recommended in the staff report. Council would need to consider that natural park district also applies to Quarry Lake, that is the contested form of designation on the staircase lands, and that option would potentially do the least to resolve the litigation or to avoid any unintended consequences on the other parcel zoned natural park. In any event, if council were to direct a redesignation, the staircase lands would remain private land with the landowner retaining responsibility and liabilities for the parcel, ability to control access, and would be free to bring their development applications or any rezoning applications on their own schedule in the manner of any conventional private parcel. Third option, appealing to the decision, again, is not recommended, and any advice you wish on that should go in camera. Financial impacts of this matter. Well, to begin, there is an expected adverse cost award against the town from the court. We've yet to receive the details on that, but in the report it estimates approximately $5,000. That is conventional court practice when one party is unsuccessful and the other is. So council should consider that as part of the nature of these proceedings and the financial impact of this matter. In terms of the options going forward, if the council wishes to acquire the land, the town has acquired a market value appraisal of the staircase lands that show a breakdown between the upper and lower portions. Appraised values, according to this document, are $63,750 for the natural park parcel. That's the disputed zoning. $153,250 for the future development end of the staircase parcel. That's the undisputed zoning, and that amounts to $217,000 in the appraisals approach for the entire staircase lands. It's a parcel that's assessed for taxation purposes in 2022 at $88,000 for the entirety of the parcel. This appraisal considers the municipal planning context, including the current zoning, and considers the development constraints, reaches a conclusion that the optimal use may be comparable to what the land is currently zoned for, a mix of recreational developments and open space. Should council wish to acquire the land, the 2022 capital project budget for litigation between these parties is available for that purpose, and there are funds remaining. However, council will in due course need to prioritize the use of those funds. Then, of course, there would be ongoing costs of managing the land and associated infrastructure that I'm not in position to advise on, and further information from the administration would be required. Should that be council's preference, the proposed motion here is that council direct administration to move forward with acquiring the upper triangle of the staircase lands or the entire staircase lands, and provide some direction to administration to provide further detail. Financial impacts of the second option being to redesignate the lands. This is the low-cost option, provided that the redesignation meets the intention of the court order and Section 644 of the Municipal Government Act, so that it has the effect of disposing of this litigation. This is also the option that would avoid the cost of land ownership and management going forward. However, there will need to be a land use bylaw amendment application, likely led by the municipal administration, so there is an administrative cost involved in that matter, and one can anticipate a public hearing as mentioned. Should that be council's preferred option, then the recommended motion would be that the administration bring a land use bylaw amendment to redesignate the upper triangle of the staircase lands. Stakeholder engagement has been limited to senior administration. No external stakeholder engagement at this time. This remains open litigation. As mentioned, the court decision itself contemplates that the parties may need to return to the court to get some further clarification and details on the effect of the judge's order and how that may be implemented. Subject to any questions, that's my report. And again, council are free to ask questions on public record or to go in camera for legal advice.
I think that we should be going in camera. So I will move that we go in camera in order to obtain legal advice. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We are out of in camera. We are still dealing with matter H5. And I'll ask the municipal clerk to put on the screen the first motion or both motions that I'll be making. Okay, I move that council direct administration to acquire the upper portion of the staircase lands to satisfy the decision of the Court of Queen's Bench decision. Just speaking to that motion, I'm going to support this motion. We have two options provided to us, and this is the option that I'm suggesting that we take. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council, having decided to acquire the upper portion of the staircase lands, direct administration to report on detailed options for implementing this decision. Here, what we're looking at is we obviously don't know the price yet. We have our own appraisal, but the court will set the mechanism, and I imagine that there will be some communication with the landowner, and so we will want to be kept in the loop as far as how that acquisition will occur and at what price. And so we look forward to hearing on that if this motion is approved. Any other comments on this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now we've gone quite late, and I'm going to move that we postpone item K2 to the September 6th regular meeting of council. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I will now move that we adjourn the meeting. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.